Okay. All right, guys. I am calling the meeting to order at 6:04 p.m. As you guys might notice, the agenda today is we have a little bit of a change with the links at the top. So I'll just flag that as something that people could take a look at with the board plan and a Q&A doc. But I guess before we start, we'll start with the territorial acknowledgement. The Board of Directors acknowledges that the University of Waterloo is on the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our organization operates on the Haldeman Tract, land promised to the Six Nations, which includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. You guys will be excited to hear. I don't actually have chair remarks prepared today. I've had a very, very busy day. But I should note a few things that that will be happening today, including we're going to be moving into confidential session to start off for our presentation, our auditor presentation, and then we will be moving back out and then back in again, going back into the regular confidential session. So that's what we will be doing. I don't think I have anything else to note. Esther, you can remind. Okay, perfect. Before we get started, are there any conflicts of interest that should be declared? Yes.
Given we are potentially altering the composition of directors versus officers, I want to declare a conflict that I intend to rerun for the director position, and that should be noted.
Perfect. For the this is for which item? I apologize.
This is the item relating to governance reform. I don't know the item number, unfortunately. 5.1. Thank you, sir.
5.1. For directors, I apologize. Is there something impacting directors in this?
We're basically reducing the number of directors, so we're retaining board.
Oh, that is one of the things that is on the table.
Yes.
So like I okay. Thank you. I get you. I understand.
Makes sense.
Well, I hate to be that guy, I guess, but does anyone else have anything they'd like to declare? Skylar. We have a few declarations. Okay, I guess okay, it's good. We'll get this out of the way. Who is here? Let's just do it this way. Who is here to declare that they're running for director again? Put your hand up.
Yeah, okay, I'll declare one too.
That's just the directors right now, not the officers. Okay, cool. Anybody to declare that they've got a conflict on the officer front? Cool. Okay. I'm not gonna ask what. Yeah. Yes. So the officers that we had were Skylar, Rory, and Samir, and then directors Arya, Mohammed, Iman. Cool. All right. Awesome. It's good. It's been a while since we've had a conflict of interest declaration.
Very fun.
Loves the conflicts, folks.
So we'll go with no other conflicts that I'm seeing. We'll go into consent agenda. Do we have any objections to the consent or anything that needs to be pulled out? No, that's exciting. Okay. So the consent agenda is considered to be adopted. Now we will move on to our presentation, which I will need someone to move us into confidential. Can I have a motion? Saw Rory first, seconded by Mohammed. Any opposing? No. Okay. Mike, can you move us into confidential, please? I'm gonna work with you on this one. That's awesome. Okay, folks, we're on to the fun business. We are on to new business, starting with 5.1, new officer role. We have a few sections here. And I think what we're going to do is we have several motions that are separate. So the item, I don't think we need a seconder for, so we'll just pass it to
Thank you.
Mohammed, and then we'll do the motions and the seconders after it's all explained. Go ahead.
Thank you, Damien. Before I get started, I would like to make a friendly amendment. I'm putting it in chat
From like a who?
myself.
Okay. From the governor's committee, isn't it? Go ahead.
That is true.
Wait, first of all, did we do consent motions?
Yeah, we did consent, but
I would object.
listen, I'm bad. I'm not that.
I would object, Mohammed. You can't just call.
It's just let him put the amendment and then we'll talk about it. Yes. Friendly doesn't exist, so we all know this, but no.
The reason why I would vote friendly is because it's reiterating what the committee did. The committee actually had a motion on this item. I'm simply restating it, so we are maintaining good governance.
Okay, the amendment is be it resolved that the WUSA Board of Directors approve the creation of a new vice president role. Is this a new motion or is this an amendment?
No. So this is an amendment. We're adding another motion line to the agenda that's going to be done first, so we can formally establish the vice president and then go into the sequential steps.
Point of order. You're adding it to what?
Oh, to item 5.1. But
So it is technically an item that he is amending.
For my understanding, there's one vote. This is one motion. We're doing one vote. There's multiple be it resolved clauses, but it's just one vote.
That was not mine.
no, we'll go
It is, it's a sequential vote. So there's no such thing as friendly, but I can do it on, is there any opposition? Any opposition to adding that first item? It's a little, because it's, okay, because the first one is approving a name change and there's no
Or a
even. approval.
non-existent vice president.
Okay, this is, okay, I see. We're doing, all right, I'll have my comments on the order of this. It's a little weird that we're doing the officer role description. This is my fault. It's okay.
Yes, I will explain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm assuming that's taken.
Can I get well, yeah, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So yes, the reason for the interesting sequence of this motion is obviously the bylaws and the board policy manual require us to put a name inside. So we're going to decide the name and then we'll move forward to the amendments to the actual governing documents. The way we will hopefully proceed is we will establish the name. I hope that doesn't take too long. I have a suggestion I'll make when we get to that, when we get item I. For item II, I had two for the bylaw amendments. The reason there are two motions is the first motion, there are two different versions. One version, simply put, doesn't create creates the vice president as a blanket role. It simply states we have two vice presidents and gives the policy and the board the power to dictate subsequent items, such as who's the board vice chair. So it's a simple blanket policy. We don't put the name of the vice presidents either in case you want to make changes. The second version doesn't do that. We explicitly say the two vice president roles and make, in some sense, some clarity, put in some items regarding their roles and what their responsibilities are. Item 3 is the board policy manual. Essentially, that's the more detailed document detailing, obviously, the two new vice president roles and their refined and high-level role descriptions. Item 4 is the duties and the nomination package of the vice president. The reason why this is really an operations document, obviously the CRO publishes this document in accordance with the election to solicit candidates. We're mainly looking at this because we're establishing new roles. So we want to make sure the board is happy with how the position has been described and it's completely accurate of what we entail and what we hope students will run for. So that's the rundown of how I hope the motion will go. We're going to go. My intention is to start with item I, approval for the name of vice president role. I'm hoping title A will be external, so vice president external.
Who seconded it?
Yeah, so we haven't gone to a motion yet. We had an amendment, which
We had the motion on the floor.
Oh, sorry, we're supposed to pass that. Yes.
yeah.
So yeah, okay, we have to pass. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So I will motion. Be resolved.
Across the new year.
Thank you, David. I really appreciate it. Be resolved that the WUSA Board of Directors approve the creation of a new vice president role.
Okay,
Right.
so that is a motion. So I would need a seconder for the motion. Seconded by Arya. Okay, so would you like to get us started on this in seriousness with this motion?
The motion. Yeah, so I think the motion, this motion specifically, what I'm moving right now is essentially for us to approve the new vice president role. After we approve this, we'll now discuss the name. So I'm hoping we can, by consent, just approve the new vice president.
Well, that's not what we're doing. I will. Yeah.
Just like the fact that we are going to have a new vice president.
I feel like that's one of the ones that we should have a discussion on. I feel like that's a pretty big decision, as opposed to the name.
That through.
Yeah. So that's not one we're going to do through consent. I think if it's okay, I apologize. I will take
a formal vote.
Yes, I will. We'll have a discussion is what we'll do.
Yeah.
I'll take this back a little bit if that's okay.
How do you think? What do you want us to do?
Well, so this is the big question, is whether or not we should have a new VP. I understand that the governance reform committee has come with a recommendation that we do. But that just because a committee comes with a recommendation does not mean that we approve it just on consent, especially when it's one as large as this.
I am motioning the item that we can.
Okay. Would you like to give the reasoning of the committee, and then we can start the discussion? That's how we'll do it. Okay, perfect.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, for the second time. What we're doing now is we're culminating, I'd say we're nearing 5 months of work from the governance committee, now governance reform committee. Obviously, we developed a problem statement in May this year to address 3 main items. That was representation, that was the gaps within our advocacy in regards to rigidity, and the third item was officer workloads. Obviously, the method we used to tackle this item was to have our officers conduct some form of time tracking, where Damien and Remington both tracked their hours from the months of, I believe it was July to October. No, July to September. September. 3 months of time tracking. And so the individuals collectively time tracked their hours to give us a quantitative understanding of how much work they're putting into their roles. And also there's a qualitative aspect in seeing what exactly, what portfolios their work fell within. So we culminated with all that information at the last governance committee meeting. We reviewed it. Damien and Remington gave presentations on their work. And with that, then the committee inferred what exactly was needed to be done. We obviously observed that the president's portfolio is quite overstacked with items, and it led to, of consequence, some items not being able to be attended to by the president. And so we looked at that, and we looked at items that the president could currently not be attending to, and we shuffled items over to this new vice president role that we are proposing in the subsequent items that we'll look at today. Those are what we propose. And essentially, the goal of the role is to mitigate items that should normally be completed by the president, but have not been able to be completed because of work. And we also did reshuffle some general items over as well to reduce the workload of the officer. Almost no changes were made to the current vice president role. Mainly changes were made to the president role, and we also added a few items as well to the vice president. So that is how we culminated to that position. We've had the grace of having many members, many board directors present at these meetings. We had a legal consultation as well, where we had almost all directors present. So we've had a lot of meetings over the last 5 months with all members here present, talking about these items, talking about these motions. And I'm hoping today we can begin the first step of the actual implementation of governance reform, which we're tasked upon during the annual members meeting 2025.
Thank you, Mohammed. Obviously, Arya does have the seconder. Do you want to use that?
Yeah, because I'll talk now, so I don't have to talk later.
Oh, so you want to use it as, okay, go, you're a seconder, go ahead.
Because it is debate on the thing. So I think, first thing, let's address, I think there was a little ad hoc how the solution came to be at, but I'm sort of happy because, I did bring a motion on reviewing compensation at one point to AGM, and that was also brought up because of workload as well as the sheer utilization, the role stake. This is a creative solution to about it. There's less incentive for us to look at it financially again, so it can cut down in that situation. I'm happy the co-op, the VP position isn't being touched because that co-op does address it. I think this is another alternative to having a co-op that can possibly take on. Knowing the nature of the president's role is within university admin, having person who sits there who is a VP who can speak on behalf of the board, supplementing some committees and so on does make sense. That's something perhaps the co-op can't bring as much legitimacy into versus external relations. So, no major red flags, and I think I gave a lot of red flags, and I think most of them have been addressed, which is very good to see. Yeah, I think it's a creative solution compared to the challenges we had. I'm gonna end it there.
Thank you. I did see Rory and then Katie, but before we do that, okay, perfect. So you, I do, before we do that, I just want to thank and acknowledge the work that was done on this portfolio by Mohammed and Esther and the governance reform committee. It was a lot of work, and I think it's worth acknowledging like how seriously everyone took that. And I do appreciate how much went into that. I do. With that being said, though, we'll go into the discussion. Starting with Rory. Go ahead.
Okay, I guess just a couple pieces of last minute reflection based on sort of the conversations that have been happening. Obviously, I think recognizing the fact that we all, well, okay, taking a step back to start off with, I guess, it seems like this is going in the certain direction of this motion being approved. But I just wanted to make two pieces to that of making sure that we are recognizing the fact that like going forward, we're not, in communicating this, that we're not, setting a precedent where we're just making no VPs out of the blue. I think we've hopefully put a lot of thought and time into this. And then also just a general other concern around, I think I've lost it. I had another piece to potentially bring up, but I do think that is something that I would want noted.
Perfect. No twos. I'll go to Katie.
I think I'd probably echo some of what Rory has mentioned. I can also really appreciate all of the time and effort that's been put into this new role. And I would like to clarify, I guess, before I just say my next point, I'm not against the new officer role. It's just, I would say I do have one flag that I think is pretty pertinent to this discussion. Sorry, I keep on like mumbling my words. But essentially something that I feel like is an important flag is that for the advocacy and governance reform consultation report, there was a strong demand to see commissioner roles brought back. And I know I have heard like of why those roles provide some like complications. But for instance, in that report, it's mentioned several times in different sections by different stakeholders. And I guess something that does concern me about a new VP role is just the length of time it takes for a student, a 12-month period to be directly involved that can impact their academics too. And I do see the breakdown of different advocacy positions also being useful in terms of providing opportunities to students, which clearly in the report there was a desire from multiple stakeholders. And I guess that's my flag. I'd like to also like go back to my first point. I'm not against bringing the role on because I understand it really helps with capacity. I guess I'm just also worried about another student taking on a huge portfolio of work too, and kind of managing that responsibility as well. That's about it.
I'll go to Mohammed and I have something to say.
Thank you, Katie. What I would say is, I think honestly, the main intention of the role is when it came to these is to help with our current like officer workload capacity, siphon some work off the president. It wasn't necessarily to sustain or sort of improve or make some improvement in relation to advocacy. That's something that's still a work in progress by the committee. And once we establish recommendations further that are more like clear and public, we can talk about those. But those are more in line with items that you've mentioned in regards to Commissioner Forbes. We obviously extensively talked about them, and I think the one thing I'd say is there's ultimately nothing stopping us as a board from approaching that item. It's simply like it's the ultimate fact is like it's existing policy based on what we have and how we have thoughts right now. So it's something we could 100% do. It's just not necessarily something we have to have under this governance reform proposal per se, is what I'd say. And like, yeah, so one time reiterating sort of what you said is what we're doing right now today does not necessarily have to pertain to advocacy work. It's more necessarily fixing disparities and issues in regards to how we currently operate as a governance body, as a board itself.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I'll just say on this front as well, that I do understand the idea of the commissioner as well, but I'll kind of 1 second that the co-op thing does currently exist, but also that it doesn't necessarily maybe work for what we're currently talking about. Like I recently we implemented the part-time assistant, the assistant to the president this year. And I will say that's been immensely helpful. The person in the role has done an amazing job at it. But as we try to figure out, it's a new role, figure out how to expand it and stuff like that, it became increasingly clear that there are limits to what is possible with that. Also, when it comes to especially taking over meetings at times, both the person you're meeting with and you as an organization likely want a student that is maybe representative of the population. A lot of these groups will want an elected student at the table. But I will say I do understand what you're talking about, and I think one thing that is worth considering is better utilization of the co-op system we already have, because I think there are ways to make that co-op system work in a way that is a lot closer to what you might actually be looking for. But I do agree with that in principle. I'll just say that in its current fashion, for some of what we'd be looking for, with taking away some of my workload, I'll be honest, the assistant hasn't been able to fill in that issue. It just made me do my work a lot better. So thank you to her. But Arya.
So I think they made some really good points, and I think that's something that if you want to pursue, look at through that lens, the co-op lens. One thing I'm going to say is, there is costs associated with this role. I think that's something that might have fallen through the cracks when we're quitting proposals. So what I would like is to ask, and this is not amending the motion, but I would like to ask Suzanne if board wants to prioritize this as an initiative they want to do, if we can please take a look into 5 different proposals of ways to fund this and bring that to board. 5.
That was so random.
5 is good, but 3 or 4 different ways.
A couple.
A couple, but variety of options.
Proposals for pay.
No, to create funding for it, because you do need to match the salary is the same as the salary as the other VP and the president. So to drive that, I'm hoping there's proposals that can come so we can also find a reasonable and effective way of funding it.
Yeah.
Right?
If I can just say, there is currently an officer compensation thing that hasn't really started yet, that I imagine if this is passed would cover that. I'd like to think there'll be conversations with Suzanne on that pay front. I wouldn't imagine who would be better on that front. But I might advise against having 5 different,
A couple.
random number. We'll go to Samir, and then Mohammed and Lori.
To explain, I think when we talk for the meeting, the reason for a couple, not 5, I don't know if you threw that out. There's a couple different options from realizing this proposal does take away a director, so that's about some amount honorary gone. Yes, and there's conversations through different options, if that is from budget stuff, if that is increasing fee, if that is touching director honorary. So I think those are all on the table. That's why multiple different options. We're blending all. I think all those things are on the table. So just that's why I think there's different ways and different recommendations through obviously knowing our finances. I'll leave it up to Damien if he thinks we should just with the other process. I can't comment since I'm running officer or any of this, but yeah.
I guess, yeah, it wouldn't affect me. So I would recommend, if we're going to have a process to review officer compensation, have a process to review officer compensation. Let's not change 10 rules as we make one big one. Oh, that was controversial. We'll go to Mohammed first.
It was? Okay. Yeah, no, obviously, there's 2 parallel conversations going on, is where do we budget the new officer, and then also regards to officer compensation.
Yeah.
Both are relevant items. What I would say is, I think a good place to get it done would be in at least starting off in a committee. That would be my opinion. Obviously, we are going to be discussing officer compensation on committee. That's the plan for January. We're finishing up our governance reform proposal, and the plan is alongside that / after that we will go into reviewing officer compensation ahead of ANM. So that is on the docket, and we can 100% work with Suzanne to look at needs in the budget to fund this new role, and I think that would be appropriate if the board would be okay with that.
I apologize, Rory is next, but I do just want to step in the sense that board usually doesn't overview budget lines like specifically.
Great.
This is something that usually Suzanne would handle. When we're talking about something like the levels of compensation, that's something that there's been indication that board might want to overview, but where specifically that money is coming from usually would go.
So just to respond to that directly, then I guess like in my mind, board doesn't overview budget specifically, but anytime there's net new spending, like we're spending on a new project,
Yeah.
and that is a conversation that board should have of like, where are we getting this money from? It's the same thing that like when the club is
Correct.
right. Like that wasn't like us going through and going, this is going to be the line item, blah, blah. It was going to be like, okay, in the long run, we don't want to be spending this money out of reserves. Are we going to be going to AMM? Or are we going to be, cutting places or like, are we going to be cutting in other places, whether that be, as Samir noted, board on or other areas? Like that was sort of more the conversation piece, I think.
Yeah, it's a very reasonable counterpoint. I would say then maybe it might be good to ask the question of where the other ones come from. And then go into that, but maybe if we think it's material to your vote, then that's one conversation. We should have it now. But if we don't think it's material to the specific votes, I would say we can have that conversation after. If it's material to someone's vote, please do let me know. But assuming that it's along the lines of the other officers, that's the assumption we'll be making. I'll go to Katie first.
Sorry, I was just responding to something in chat. My question is, I guess since it's pretty set on this, and I know this might be perhaps a little bit more of a dumb question, but are we considering this more as a permanent solution? And if so, are we measuring, or what's our plan to kind of measure the way that we've improved like things after this role has been adopted? Or if it's not permanent, I guess like that's my question, and how are we socializing it to students? Because going back to that consultation report, I feel like this is the opposite. Well, not the opposite, it's just a different direction than what a lot of them were saying. So I guess I'm just more curious about how we're going to kind of pitch it to students and say like this will be a good thing.
Okay, I will go to Mohammed.
Yeah. So two things that say, Katie. When we drafted the consultation report and we prepared the contents and the targets, that had no impact on the conversation on the new officer position. So when governance reform made that recommendation, it wasn't with that consideration because that report was purely meant for work done on the advocacy related aspect of the problem statement. So this was a separate matter altogether. That content that you're looked at and we are going to discuss later will be done and will be looked at in relation to that specific component of work. Now, in regards to sort of KPIs, that's a really good point. That's something we should definitely be doing. We had a work plan that GovCom passed, I think it was 5 months ago now. So that has some information on the plans post approval, post AMM, post election. Part of that, what that includes is having the committee, the governance committee or the governance reform committee, continue to monitor impacts of the role and generate KPIs and understand what it's going to be. Because at an earlier point in time, we didn't understand what the actual solution was going to be. And so obviously generating accurate KPIs was more difficult. So it's something definitely we can pass on to committee for them to continue doing that into the next governing year to continuously make sure we're evaluating the current governance reform protocol and how it fares post-talk.
Well, I'll go to Mike and I have a comment on that as well. Mike, is this a new thing or is this like a comment on? Okay, go ahead.
Mainly just something Mohammed said. I know that he was sort of instructing the committee to not necessarily consider the consultation report. However, when that consultation set of interviews was built, it was on the whole problem statement, not just on one of the pathways of resolution. I think the plan sort of changed in the middle when the report itself wasn't expected to have like a full scope. It was meant to be like a holistic understanding of what different stakeholders and students thought the problem was with more details of what the problem was, because the questions themselves of those consultations were based off the whole problem statement.
I'm going to give it back to Mohammed before I take it.
What I would say is, I mean, there are aspects that you could infer in regards to people's general judgment of WUSA, and those aspects could be beneficial in regards to handful of discussions. But I do recall when drafting the questions that we had for the consultation reports with Esther, it was specifically fine-tuned to the aspects of representation and advocacy agility. Those were specifically fine-tuned for the questions that we generated across the sectors and audiences that we were targeting. Because we realized that we were focusing, and as I mentioned earlier, we had a data-driven approach in regards to reviewing officer compensation, reviewing officer workloads. The data-driven approach we used was to have time tracking done by the officers. So we knew we had us covered in that context. We were going to approach it from that method. And so the remainder was going to be covered in the consultation report. And that was the goal we initially set at that time. And that's how we hoped the consultation report would be received. We obviously released it in time. So if there was any relevant information, we could have translated it over. But I think, as I mentioned, this solution was not meant to be an advocacy geared solution. The solution is meant to address gaps within our governance structure and how our officers operate and how workload is evenly distributed. I'll end there.
I'll just say one last comment on this. When we're talking about how to communicate this with students, part of how we can pitch that it's a good thing is just the conversations we have here and that we have in committee and that we've had at board meetings before. I'd like to think that we're making good decisions here, but it's also if I were to make my own pitch, I'm doing a lot of things and not all well. There's a lot under the president's portfolio. And one of the biggest like strains on like my ability to work, and like if we've talked about mental health of the officers before, it's there's too much to consider. And when you don't have like any division when it comes to student officers, like here in Waterloo, I mean, all we have is Rem, who's a VP external, so they're out of off campus a lot of the time. And so if you've got like your main student officer bouncing between 100 different tasks, trying to keep track of all of it, things are going to fall through the cracks. And I think a lot of student executives on societies and a lot of other students who engage with the president do notice that. And it was apparent in the time tracking, I'll say. And if anyone has any specific questions, they're always welcome to ask me. But there is a lot, and I think you're probably well aware of that. And I think that's what we're talking about here, right? So that's that. Any other twos, or can we move on to Rory, who's had his hand up? All right, Rory, go ahead.
Just want to confirm before we vote on the actual motion that my understanding is the same as everyone else's, which is as I'm passing this motion, there would be the additional VP who would be paid the same as the current VP. And then we can have any other discussions around that later down the line. And then my second point to that is just with good governance, with the current timelines for elections, I would argue that any good, like, to ensure good governance, you probably want to make any decisions around how much the salary is going to be, particularly for the officers and even for the directors before the nomination period. That way, decisions for who's, like, when people are deciding whether they want to run or not are made before that point, essentially. And that if we aren't able to fit that timeline, I would recommend that any changes then happen the following year in 2027.
I may have been quiet when I said it, but yet my interpretation about moving forward is that we are using the regular system we've had. We're not changing several different systems at once here. So it would be paid the same essentially. And that is my interpretation if we just move forward as is. So, and my point was if that my interpretation is that if we pass it as currently stands, it's working under the current system where the officers are all paid the same. We have an ongoing process for another thing. That's a different question. Yeah, that's that right there. No twos, cool. Arya,
Okay, great. So you guys can figure out the funding, go through committee, work with Suzanne before budget is done. Wonderful. I'm just gonna say, I think Katie made actually a very reasonable and good point. We probably do want to set a motion as well, and I think I will propose this, that we take it as friendly for the next governing year to take a look when one governing year of this role has been completed. Has this role met the requirements we set out? Has it achieved what we wanted to do? If not, make adjustments. And I think that's really good governance practice. So there is the next board after we're all gone can do a review as well to make sure it's on track. Yes.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I think like it makes sense in my head. I don't think you can make a new role like this and not expect it to evolve. In the sense like figure out like exactly where it stands. I think we have from what I've seen, there's a broad outline of what it would be doing, but there's always some stuff that you realize, oh, it maybe makes sense for this to remain with the president. Maybe it should also take this from the president. That's obviously going to be something that I expect to happen. It could be good to have like a report. I'll just be very careful because I don't want to ever suggest that another time tracking would be advised, just because that was hell for me. But it's like I would probably let the next board figure out exactly how they want to do that. But I think it makes sense to commit, or at least either verbally or through motion, that we believe there should be one. And so I would maybe be careful with Samir's wording about a termly review. I don't really know. I guess that's
Next board can figure out what that means.
Well, we could just say the year of next board.
what's that?
So if I may, I think that's a good point. Let's keep it vague. Let's just say for the next governing year, they do a review of the role when it's done.
Yeah.
So what is the next governing year? 2020.
Here, I'm moving the word.
It's the 2020.
27. At the end of 2026 to 2027, they take a look and see if it has achieved the.
I just removed termly and said a review of the new VP next governing year.
Well, okay, let's wait, can we just add, we can just add that to the end, so it's both, it's two.
It'll be even sequential.
Yeah, can I get someone to move that amendment? I assume Samir. Yeah,
You can move.
okay, moved by Arya, second. Sandra, would you like to say something?
Yes, I would, because there's a lot of activity happening in the chat, which is not a good way to be having a conversation. So I'm just calling your attention to it. Damien,
I
you need to
appreciate that.
decide how you're going to manage it.
Yes, as I've said before, I do not like the chat. If you are talking in the chat, put your hand up. I'm not considering any of the stuff happening in the chat as substantive. So if you want your point made, make it verbally. But yes, thank you, Sandra, for calling that to my attention. I had started to just blank it out because I don't consider it serious. Does anyone want to make it serious? Does anyone want to raise a hand here? Okay. So moved by Arya, seconded by Samir, seconding his own motion. Do we need a discussion on this? I feel like we've discussed it already. Can we go straight to the vote? What's that?
Can we take this amendment on consent?
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, any objections to this?
Wait, I'm sorry, what is it? I'm kind of great.
Any objections to the amendment?
The
I
amendment,
don't know what the
the
amendment.
amendment is adding,
Yes.
be it resolved, the board committee review the VP, the new VP next governing year.
It's adding it to this
Yeah,
motion.
and this is at the end.
Yeah,
No,
no, it's in the
this
motion.
is.
Yeah.
This is part of the be it resolved, there is a new VP motion we're in right now.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Be it further resolved.
I'm seeing twos, but we're on an amendment, so that's not real. Yeah, that's a three.
Yeah, so I think the discussion was that we would have a review after a full governing year has elapsed. So this amendment would have a review halfway through the governing year,
Yeah, I think it's fair.
which is, I
Yeah.
think it's just important to clarify whether we're doing this, I guess, 2 governing years down the line, once a full year has elapsed, or halfway through that.
It's for the next governing year. I mean, it's up to the next board, of course, but I would obviously advise that you don't make your final call based off of halfway through 1 year. But it's more to be like, okay, we've learned some things. But that's obviously up to the next board. Any objections to that amendment? The amendment, not the motion? Okay. I'm gonna take. It's been written out.
I'll resend it.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you resend?
This is an additional one to the current be it resolved we're on.
Work plans aren't real. Yeah, it's fine. Just give it to them. Okay, we're back on the regular motion. Lot of chatter, little talk. Thank you, Rory. Go ahead.
A motion for a 20-minute recess so we can all eat. Oh, it's.
We can finish this one, can we not? Or my feeling was that we were reaching near the end of a conversation. So I don't know. I think we can pass it. And I'm happy to go to that after if that works for you.
Motion then.
Okay, cool. Any more discussion on this? Go ahead.
For clarity purpose, because I was unfortunately my project team and engaged a little bit in the chat. So does the board in one, so obviously the plan is to review officer compensation.
Point of order, did Rory motion that or not?
No, he withdrew.
Okay.
So obviously, GovCom is reviewing officer compensation. For board's intention, what does that timeline look like? So I can make sure we're akin to that and we're sort of meeting expectations. The other point I'd like to mention is obviously GovCom will be resuming in January, and so then we're in line to have that done ahead of AMM. Because that was actually Roy.
Is that a 1 or is that a 2?
I guess, I don't know what to worry, well, I don't know what we're doing right now.
I'm trying to get clarification.
I didn't really understand. Go ahead, Rory.
I don't know if the board feels the same way that I do, but my feelings would be, if there's gonna be any discussion, it should happen before nomination period for the election.
And any apologies, discussion on what? On the
So,
pay?
Basically, right now we're discussing on the pay and where the pay comes from and how much pay should be and whether or not we can. So I will say we're not going to be able to do it ahead of the upcoming nomination.
No, yeah.
So I'm assuming
My advice to the committee would be, and the board would be, especially if it's a cut, do not implement it for next time. Other issues, it's, if it's a different type of compensation and it's upwards, then it's probably less worrying for that uptake.
I would just say, Rory, can you have even had an opinion of what year they implement it? Because if they're considering implementing it next year, we have a conflict. We can't even say if we want them to consider it next year or not.
I will say something.
He is right. He is right. Arya, go ahead.
I will say that. I think then the best, and as someone who actually brought the AGM motion, let's follow ethical good practices, especially if this is going to raise in a salary difference. And if you guys are going to do it in a way that it's going to interfere at all with anything with respect to the election, it'll kick in 2027.
this in context of director and officer
No, in the context of the salary review that we were speaking about.
for officers.
Yes,
The president after next president.
yes. That is the best governance power.
So, okay, we can have this conversation. Is this material to the vote that we're currently having?
No, I'm not.
No, then I don't want to hear it. If
Point of order, it's just in response to him.
I'm talking to the board right now. If the conversation has gone past him and it's becoming a conversation, and I don't care about it right now. So any discussion on the actual motion at hand? Okay, cool. We'll go to a vote then. All those in favor? Okay. I think we'll go to all those abstaining. I think it makes sense, yeah. All those against? Okay. Cool. Do we have to note abstentions there? Mike, you saw everything? Perfect. Okay, cool. With that being said, I'm looking for a specific motion here. I see Rory.
Get motion to recess for 15 minutes.
20
Perfect.
minutes, 20 minutes.
Can I get a seconder?
Who's taking offense? We think
All those against? Put your hand down. Okay, perfect, cool. We're going to recess for 20 minutes. Mike, you,
Point of order, I did not amend it. 15 minutes.
15, apologies.
It's not the motion for 21. Was But it said 20.
Yeah, we're doing a VP. Now we know we're doing it. Let's begin talking about what that is.
Mike, you
Are we out?
I don't know, it's gonna be a long meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Add more work to us.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay, welcome back. We have food now and a less grumpy board. Are you counting? Okay. Well, I guess with the first part of this item, the first motion being passed, we can move on to the second item, which we have our friend here, Mohammed, but we do need a seconder for this. Do we? There's no motion yet.
No motion.
It's
No motion. We're gonna have to add a motion.
Okay.
Depending on what we.
I see what's happening here.
I mean, don't we have a motion here? Be it resolved, the board approved Title A and Title B, and we'll just amend.
That's correct. This was this before.
Yes. Aye. Sorry.
Okay, so we do need a seconder. I did see our, yeah, just quick with it before it even came up. Would you like to go ahead, sir?
Appreciate it. Thank you, David. Okay. Yeah, so I think as Damien mentioned, the sequencing is a little bit interesting. Obviously, the role should be based in part of the role description, which is an item we're approving next, but we obviously need the names to insert them into the role descriptions we are amending. So I'm trusting you have observed and looked at the role descriptions before we move on this motion. I think Mike had posted a series of names in the board chat earlier this week on potential names we could consider for the roles. I'm going to read them out for simplicity's sake. For the vice president current, so that's the position Remington currently holds. VP external affairs, VP government affairs, VP government and stakeholder relations. Those are the possible options. Not limited to those specifically. And then in regards to the vice president two, the new vice president role, VP internal, VP student affairs, VP campus affairs, VP university affairs, and VP student life. Through some consensus, I'm hoping we've all reached a conclusion for the VP current to be named the VP external. And the only discussion we can have right now, is regarding the explicit name of vice president two, which is the new one.
If I can here, because there's no motion, so it's a little bit easier to do this now.
This one there is.
Would not, oh, yes, you are
I'm-
correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This one there is. Yeah.
Okay.
I mixed up myself. I'm sorry.
We can do it this way. In the sense you can think about it as us setting a broad direction for the roles. And then we get into more specifics on the role descriptions, but you could also do it the other way around where you have the role description we hash out and then you find a name for it. But I understand, and you could just leave it blank and then, but both I can see an argument for. Like this one, you do it in spirit and you get into detail. The other one, you get into detail and then you attach a name.
Interesting predicament, right? Which one comes?
But I'm trusting you've had a conversation with governance staff, and this is a process that's been fine. Okay, so we'll move forward with this then.
Hoping this is a fairly simple process.
Okay, seconded by Aria. Do you want to use that?
Well,
Okay.
so I will object to what my one honorable colleague said. I think both names should be discussed at minimum, and then we could do straw polls and go from there. But I think I'm going to fight for the external and to be government relations and stakeholders. So we can have that discussion and do a straw poll.
For LinkedIn. We have a two here?
I motion to amend
Oh my
Title A to external.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I second.
Seconded.
Yeah, we're going to speak a little.
Well, this is not. Okay, wow.
Wow.
So this is how we're doing it. All right. Fine, very collegial. We'll start, I guess, with the motion.
Oh, yeah, the mover.
Okay, I'll do my speaking turn. I just think, guys, it's simple. Short BPE. It's easy to say, short, snappy. Let's not waste time on this.
Okay. Do you need it? Yeah, Mr.
I
Seconder.
pulled the question.
You can't not have it.
That's bad. Okay, that's
Call a question in a
Would
speaking.
you like to use your speaking
Okay,
turn?
I don't think we should be spending much time on this conversation. I hope we can be quick. That's all I ask.
Yes, Aria.
Listen, the reason I'm saying the name of Vice President, Government and Stakeholder Relations, not only does it already exist in other associations across the country, is that it is much easier for a student who looks at the role to understand what the role is. The VP that we are trying to call external, what do? They do government and external stakeholder relations. And I think, how long or short the name is irrelevant. I think the role just fits better. So look, we could do a straw poll and go through it, but I generally think it's just a better name for the role.
Hida. I kind of, to an extent, agree with Arya here. And the reason I say this is because, and I kind of said this at Capcom, what's important here to consider as well as what the student perception of these names already is going into this. I think, for example, something that was discussed in committee was the VP external and VP internal. And I think, there's not going to be a clear consensus on what this means to different students. But generally, like, the student might look at external and think external to WUSA. And it's not necessarily obvious to students and maybe even society people that societies are part of WUSA, right? So people might see that name and think VP external means WUSA's relationships with its societies. And I think it is always going to be more helpful to be clear on who the VP is actually talking to. If it is, government relations, stakeholder relations, whatever, that's, I'm not sure what is the best. But I think external and internal, even though they're short and snappy, I don't think they're clear, which is the priority over short and snappy, I think.
My apologies. I didn't see any of the hands, so I'm going to take it. And I'm actually going to give it. It would be nice, I suppose. Rem is at a lobby week right now, so they couldn't make it. But I would be very interested to know if there was anything that the VP currently does that wouldn't be captured by that name, because that logic does make sense to me. If it does cover everything, I might ask our previous VP here. Oh, we have two, one of which has a very strong opinion on this. And so, but first I'll go. I also we've got Arya. I'm curious, Katie, your opinion on this as well. Oh no.
Me first?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, could you ask me the question one more time?
Yes. So one of the arguments was that governmental affairs, government relations.
The name is Vice President Government and Stakeholder Relations. Well, that's the name that other student associations use across the country.
Okay. The question is, does what you remember the role being, is it covered by that? Like, do you think it covers all of it, or does the VP do things that weren't just government relations and government and stakeholder relations? So I think that's a fitting name.
I would say I feel the role title that Arya gave is adequate, and that's about it. Not much comment there. I guess that's all I have to say.
Yes, it's fair. And did you have an opinion between that and external? Was kind of part of the question as well.
I guess I can see Arya's proposal with the title relating more to what the role does. For instance, it being stakeholders and relations, allowing a student to understand what they're applying for. I do think that kind of makes more sense than just saying external. Because when you include stakeholder and relations, you can kind of factor in different advocacy items that, let's say, that role might do throughout the year, even if it's external or otherwise, is what I would say. But yeah.
Okay. Amir.
All of a sudden, it's when you're in the office and referring to who needs to do a task, having to say VP, government and stakeholder affairs, the amount of syllables. My only thing is, it's just a quick way to refer to. I don't care.
PTSD. There's a lot happening.
So my response to that is we might as well call them VP1 and VP2. Like, let's be really fast. Right? We want something that is fast, but we also want it to be clear and accurate. And like I said, I think that's our priority here. I think, if we want to say stakeholder relations instead of government and stakeholder relations, maybe that would work. And if you really want to shorten it, I think it's not that bad to say VPBSI. I feel like that's still fairly fast. And like, I don't think we should take a decision based on what's faster, but what is actually gonna make more sense for students.
I'm going to pass it to Amon.
Yeah, what's stopping us from just internally saying VPE? I feel like in terms of creating a nickname, I don't think that's what we should base this off of because you could easily do that, internally.
All right.
Well, that's probably confusion, but I know I have two to the other points.
Oh, boy, this is what we're doing. Go ahead, Mohammed.
No, I will say, I know I seconded this amendment, but Arya and Rita really put forward some very strong points.
How about this?
So, but I would say, if I have the floor still, I would say government stakeholder relations I find is
Samir.
quite long. And stakeholder relations doesn't encompass the government. And so I feel like if we could shorten it to that essence, it'd be a little bit more fine-tuned. So, Vice President, stakeholder relations.
Can I speak?
Yes, I will just note that this is why I was hoping someone wouldn't just put forward an amendment because the conversations became more complex, but go ahead.
Look, it's better than external, but I still believe the full name government and stakeholder relations really because they do government. So I'm gonna I would like to motion to amend it to government and stakeholder relations.
I'm not doing motions to motions.
So I think, I'm sorry, Mohammed.
I was just gonna say on consent, change it to government and stakeholder relations. If no one's, if that's what we want, sure, I give up.
I'm gonna, Katie, does it, okay, she's putting her hand down. We're not,
On consent.
you're just withdrawing the motion, kind of?
On consent, I'm changing
But
my
let's-
amendment to government and stakeholder relations.
If you're withdrawing your motion, you're putting a new amendment,
Sure.
that's what you're doing. Okay, can I get a seconder to Arya? I'm gonna give it to him. Government stakeholder relations. It's a fun one.
Congratulations, Arya.
Last question I'll ask here is to Melissa, who would be in charge of the advertising for this. Is this kind of a name that you think would be good for advertising and turnouts and such and things? Melissa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that the more accurate it is to what the role is doing, the easier it is for students to understand. So I appreciate that. My only thought on the stakeholder relations is that's sort of all relations in all areas. So I think the government part is accurate, but there's internal stakeholder relations, external stakeholder relations. All three officers hold different stakeholder relations. So I don't think it's an issue. It's not untrue, but there are stakeholders that the other officers are dealing with as well. So I know we're not looking at amendments, but if I were to propose one, I think government relations is where I would go if we like that piece. But either of those is fine. I think from a marketing perspective, either of those would be easy to understand for folks and easy to use.
Any comments on that? Because that is similar to what I was thinking.
How do we feel about government and external stakeholder relations?
That includes the university.
Wow, we're getting a little.
Oh, you're right. No, then never mind. I think government and stakeholder relations is fine. I'm gonna.
So I apologize to make a fuss about this, I suppose, but I am genuinely, now that I think about it, if you're trying to figure out between the president and this GSR person on like meeting with some student group or something, and the GSR person might be like, well, student relations. I mean, extra like what is it called? Stakeholder relations is a stakeholder. That's my portfolio. And they're technically right in the sense that it is a stakeholder. Just keep it as government relations. Relations is fine. Yeah. Happy with that. Hey, do we want to do something? Okay, I'm gonna give it to Linda before.
I'm just gonna note that Mike put in a reasonable suggestion in the chat, which is instead of government and stakeholder relations, it's government stakeholder relations.
Oh, nice.
And honestly, I feel like that kind of.
Well done.
not government relations, but it's not just government, it's government stakeholder.
It's your board of directors here. Well done. You really a genius. My hey, would we like to do something similar? Samir, do you want to do something friendly?
Government stakeholder.
You're withdrawing.
On consent, change the government stakeholder relations.
He's withdrawing and I need a seconder.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. Do we need to talk? Can we vote? No, I think we can vote. All those in favor?
I can't believe that it actually.
I've got a strong opinion. Okay. All those abstaining? Oh, fair. All those against? And some don't vote. Okay, Mike, did you get everyone? Okay. Thanks. Okay, perfect. We are moving on to the second part, I suppose.
Yeah, so the second one is the new vice president role. I'm not gonna propose a wording because it didn't work last time. I hope we can reach consensus. And yeah, this is the new vice president. Please base it off the policy description and the nomination package you received.
Well, oh God. Any discussion on this? Aria.
For two. I'm going to propose the title of Campus Affairs. I think that encircles a lot of different things. I think it's better than internal. So.
Like.
Yes, I only liked internal because internal, external, but if we don't have external, we don't need internal.
Really? Okay. Well, with that being said, you don't have to. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, so
Oh, it's an amendment.
yeah, so I motion to amend to campus affairs. Title B to campus affairs.
Need a seconder? Got it, first.
I'll give it to Arlie.
Dude, he's got the last one.
It's a little, he worked hard though. He worked. Okay.
Yeah, Aria, seconded by Aria. All right.
You two did God's work.
Okay. First motioner, do you want to say anything?
No.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Question on this?
Go ahead.
Wait, so did we already approve that name? Is that the?
No, it's an amendment.
It's
on the table.
You think that maybe internal affairs or something better position instead of just like campus affairs? Because it is not just everything on campus, right? It is also, isn't it like housing as well? Isn't some of the positions we're taking?
I would argue that probably is, that probably, I would consider the housing stuff to be campus housing.
External.
Yeah, it's a fair point. It is a fair point. Yeah, I got nothing else to say about that.
I think the person who runs for this probably has different, housing perhaps, and I think when we walk through the job description, that could be one of it. But I think if you talk about, legislation with respect to housing, that's something that the government and stakeholder relations would work on. And of course, when it comes to within the university internally, then they, and assuming whatever the job description comes up, or the president would help work on as well. So I don't think it's that big of a problem, in my humble opinion.
I'm gonna pass to Katie, and I want to say something. Can I pass it to you after? Go ahead, Katie.
I was gonna agree with Skylar's language. I think the main goal is like we don't want to infer some type of limitation or barrier on what, let's say, a new VP is capable of doing. So I think what he said is appropriate.
Another counter proposal, if anything. I actually don't want to speak, so go ahead.
Let me try to go back to Aria. I think also on top of that, if it was like VPSL, then it'd be a little bit more encompassing. If that was a more broad term, and I think it'd be amendable to something that is not just on campus, has more of an encompass towards the student engagement. But
I did a lot of thinking. Will be honest, I didn't come up with a name for this because I found it quite difficult. We're trying to really navigate a complex role. It's very different from what it was before. It's very different from other roles like it. I think what we all agree on, we know is very student oriented, but the nature of what it does with students varies. There are gaps in that. So I'm of the opinion that we can call it vice president students.
That's a little vague.
Yeah. Like,
No, I'm
like
taking
Chris
it.
Provost. Chris Provost students.
Yeah, no one knows what that means. Here's what I'll say on the.
Katie says they can be good.
I will say on the VP SL thing, that is a role that used to exist that is different from this one. And though I think it's technically like accurate in the sense like it does kind of just, it's a decent encompasser for the areas it covers. It also will have like subtextual meaning that some people might misinterpret. And they'll look at like VPSLs at other universities or VP. And that's my only worry. I don't have like a super strong position on it, but I would advise if we could find something that doesn't have that same kind of like implicit meaning, so that students don't like come into it thinking that it's something it isn't. That's preferred. So I'd hope that we can keep looking, but I do understand your point on the campus affairs thing. Just really quickly, I should note that there is also the actual role description that will cover some of this stuff that even though some aspects might not be covered, it's worth considering that we're not actually like technically blocking something out where it's an advertising call in many ways. And so we should acknowledge that we might not be able to get every aspect of it, but as long as it broadly communicates, which you can maybe make the argument campus affairs doesn't, it depends. That's the conversations we had here, but it doesn't have to cover every aspect. There's the role description as well. I'm going to give it to Melissa first, and then we'll keep going.
Three. Yeah.
Oh, is it 3? Sorry, go ahead.
No, because sorry about that. Damon just reminded me of something I meant to mention earlier, so it's relevant. For the role itself, I think Mike and I also have this conversation. After the nomination period opens and we have candidates for this position, we're going to also have a special orientation meeting for these candidates on this role, and also make it clear and talk about the actual expectations to make sure they're fully aware of that. That's also part of the plan. That would be useful. Thank you. I'll say that.
It's a decent thing. We'll go on Miss Wilson now.
Oh, thank you. I'll take this.
Yeah.
Just one point for consideration. Oh, sorry. Around the word internal, as to whether folks are going to think that that means internal to WUSA as opposed to internal to the university. So that would be my thought, is that campus feels broader and more experience-based and sort of, again, it can encompass still many things. But that would be my concern about the word internal, is just that, do people think it's just a WUSA thing as opposed to university-wide?
Right. Yeah. Rida, go ahead.
Yeah, I was thinking something similar to Melissa. Like, I think internal and external automatically puts us in tricky positions with different groups of students. I think student life has a different set of pitfalls, like we mentioned. I think, if we do want to have student in there, we could do like student affairs as opposed to student life, and that is. But you know what? There's a lot on the table. Well, I'm just gonna throw that out there. Student affairs.
So, yeah. So, student affairs as an unfortunate acronym that I wouldn't stick with. So, yeah. So let's, yeah. So let's not go with that one. Let's just keep going. Yeah.
Let's do a quick straw poll on campus affairs and see how we're sitting. And then that might help us as well.
Yeah, I'm cool. Yeah, because there's not really been another proposal here. At least it doesn't seem like anyone's making any other proposals. Straw poll, not a vote. We'll decide if it's a little torn, we'll continue the discussion. If not, we'll vote. Are people happy with if for those who are happy with campus affairs, please put your hand up. Okay. All right. Those who are unsure. Those against? Okay, wait. Maricina, was that against or were you unsure?
Unsure.
Okay, I did see a non-insignificant amount of unsure, which is, I think, worse than against. So we'll go. Does any, for those, if you're unsure, I expect you to speak, otherwise we'll go to a vote. Anybody who's unsure, yeah, go ahead.
No, I will be honest. I think campus affairs is it? I think it's an interesting title. I don't think it. I don't really like the name. I'll be honest. I think it's a bit focused as well. And I think vice president campus affairs. I think someone who overlooks, like from a WUSA perspective. If I hear of an individual being the vice president campus affairs, I think perhaps they overlook items related to campus. It doesn't necessarily pertain to student activities, student matters. I don't really see that connection. And it doesn't really give me, because I mean, Ari and Rita made a huge deal, and I appreciate that, about these titles being descriptors. I don't look at it as being a great descriptor of the role, because I don't think of the things that the role are when I listen to campus affairs. So I have to say.
That's fair.
What's
What's the alternative?
students? I have no idea.
Students is terrible. Andrew.
So forth.
I actually agree with what Mohammed's saying. I think campus affairs is also like too vague as well. Like you could argue campus affairs is like Senate is like meeting with the provost or the president of the university, not necessarily like engaging with student societies, advocating for enhanced student life opportunities. And that's why I feel like even though student life has its own flaws, I feel like with them being chair of SLEF, the Student Life Endowment Fund, I feel like it's good enough. I feel like VP student life is the best option. I'm just, that's what I think.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's well within your right. Vanessa, do you have any thoughts on VPSF?
Have any- I don't know. I don't know what it is about that one that is I don't love. I'm worried. It feels like, I mean, I think some of the conversations we had early at the GovCom was about how operational that one might feel, and the idea that folks are going to be engaging in a very specific level of the creation of student life activities that this role's description doesn't set them out to do. And so I think that's my concern, knowing that that role at other schools has a very operational lens, I think. And so, yeah, I think I get the area of that student experience. I can't think of a better term for it either, but that I think is what stands out to me as the concern, and that is that campus felt like at least it sort of encompasses those other things without making it sound like you're programming, I guess.
Yeah, I think I kind of asked Melissa like for your comment because I was going down a similar path in my mind of something about it feels off, and I think it's the things you said. I mean, Katie also just put campus life in the chat, and I don't know if that's better than campus affairs. Maybe campus life is more descriptive. Maybe we just throw it to ChatGPT and says what it comes up with.
If he isn't doing good.
Okay, are you ahead of me?
Okay. I do want to acknowledge the fact that we are over time right now. I want to ask this explicitly. Does the board want to continue this discussion, or do we want to do like a vote on like two options? If we think there's value in continuing the conversation, we'll continue it. But I want to ask explicitly, how do people feel about continuing versus a vote? That's discussion. That's not a one on go.
I would say I think we should vote, pick two options and go, because we don't want to delay it anymore if the role's going to be.
Your point. I'm so sorry. Iman?
Sorry, I have one idea, but if we don't like it, we don't like it. Vice President of Student Experience, is that? But I mean, that might be too, I don't know. I don't know, I'm ready for this. I'm ready for a vote.
Suzanne, you got your hand. Say this, you haven't said anything. Go ahead.
It's very similar to what I think Melissa was also talking about. You have a director of student engagement, student experience, kind of similar vibe of kind of leading right into that area. So I think the challenge for this is trying to find something that's going to fit. Well, so slightly have to refer to the department as that. So that it's hard.
Campus experience.
Experience. Be
A
different.
bad thing.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's hard to find something that I think it's going to encast. Whatever the one is.
Encompass?
Encompass.
Experience does encompass pretty well.
Or university experience even.
We used to have VPUA.
City relations at that point.
University, it's not university. That's
I've heard people pitch ideas.
VP university experience.
University life.
University life.
I would say it would have been nice if the committee came up with some ideas, but that's okay. Let's pick three. And then we'll do like a little best, like 2 rounds thing, okay? I have an idea of how I want to handle this. What are the 3 big ones that Melissa?
No, sorry, that's okay. I just was going to say, I think it was university affairs that I had shared in the chat with the committee. I think that's the one that
That's a
Western
dangerous one.
uses. But yeah.
Yeah, that's
Same
a
thing.
dangerous one because the president does a lot of university
Yeah, that was my
affairs.
my original thinking too.
We put in a list of 5 names in the chat. React to all the ones that you like.
I don't hate that idea. I know I just criticize using the chat, but I'm okay with you. Is everyone, can everyone use the chat right now? I'm so sorry, Suzanne. It's just, we need to find out what the final vote here is.
It's a straw poll without getting stuck in the difficulty of a straw poll.
Yeah. Katie, you have an idea.
We've tried that, Katie.
No, we're not doing that. Okay. So, okay.
Can I just mention what I said?
Yes.
So, okay, what I proposed to Damien is we put in the like 20 different names that we have come up with in the chat. There's 20 at this point.
Yeah.
Just like each of them in a separate message, react to all of the ones that you like with a heart.
20?
Like, no, like the ones that we put forward.
Okay. So first one that we had was campus affairs.
Mhm.
So I'm putting that in. No one type anything, God damn it. We had student life was in there. We had other ones. We had
University affairs or
university
grad students.
affairs. We I'll put it in. Students. We had campus experience.
VP students. University experience.
Students. University experience.
University life.
I appreciate this.
University. Okay, now you just throw new things.
No, these are ones I brought up. And the thing is, you can react to as many as you like.
Yeah.
So it'll give us numbers to play.
Okay.
Any that we're missing.
Were we missing any in here?
They now remember holding
Campus life.
Oh, right, campus. Well, I guess that was there. Yeah. Okay. Mayor Cheney, speak.
We're liking it.
Is student life and student experience very similar? Is that, or are those 2
Are they-
different things?
Are they very similar? I don't quite know how to interpret that question. I'm sorry. What do you mean similar?
Like, are those 2 title names similar? Like pertaining, because student life and then student experiences, like, can they be? I don't know.
You get a consultant out here.
They are, yeah, no, they're similar. They both have student there.
What the heck?
I don't know. Well, we've got our options. Yeah, options, yeah. I put it in, and here's what we'll do. Like the ones that you would be happy with, and then the top 2 will go in a vote between the 2, okay? Because we need to choose one. There's no here, so we'll vote between the 2.
Please, everyone just use the thumbs up.
Yeah.
So that the numbers are easy.
Okay, perfect.
So it's gonna be student experience. What strategically people vote?
Like for
Vote strategic.
vote for as many as you like. You can vote for all of them if you want.
Arya, I see you there, VP students.
And I thought it was reasonable. I don't know. Little fell honestly.
That's not our, I'm not considering the Skylar, I'm not considering any weird max. Okay. Okay. I think we have the top two, which are student experience and student life. The way we'll do this, I'm done with discussion. If that's okay with everyone, we'll go to the vote. We've had more than enough discussion. Maricini? Is this like?
Yeah.
Wait, there's.
You've got your hand up, that's why.
Oh, my bad, my bad. Hold on.
Where's-
I'll put it down.
Okay,
The tie just broke.
the tie, it's okay, we're doing top two, it's the fair way to do it. Okay, so, we've got two options, so I'll start with, I'm just saying what I'm gonna start with. I'm gonna start with all those in favor of, student life, and I'll go all those in favor of student experience, and then I'll do the abstains, okay?
Can you give me a second to think about it?
Wait, can I say something? Just a question. Is student life the one we had previously?
Yes.
I think that should be disqualified because.
No.
Go to a vote.
Okay,
That's a point of voting.
Yeah.
fine, but it's people are gonna confuse it.
That's the point that was made. We've made that point. I don't want to hear any more discussion, okay?
Let's go.
Yeah, so we'll start. All those in favor of student life? All those in favor of student experience? Wow, okay, I'm uncomfortable with the amount of abstains. Oh, it's not too bad. Okay, all those abstaining?
More just three among us.
Okay, well, it's been decided, student experience. I'm gonna take that. And then I suppose there is technically a last motion to approve.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just gonna take any objections to this.
I'm putting it in chat. I'm putting it in chat.
It's there. We're good.
Katie, that's a good one.
Yeah, okay, I don't know how you work like this. All right, we don't need this. Thank you. Any objections?
Experiences.
No. Okay. We are moving on to, it's considered adopted. All right, we're moving on to bylaw amendment approval. These should be quick.
And should 100% be quick. Okay. So Sandra made a point during the governance meeting, pointing towards us retaining our bylaws to be simplified in their nature, and therefore not explicitly mention the two vice president roles and their names. Given the amount of discussion we had today, and perhaps the change in vision next year, it might be wise to not have them within our bylaw documents and rather have them explicitly mentioned in our board policy documents from a sake of good governance, good document holding. Again, I've brought both options here today so that the board at large can discuss and choose the option they prefer. That's what the two documents are. Last thing I'll say is the bylaws are very upper level, high level, and I mean a very high level description of the officer roles. They don't say anything in regards to what the roles actually do. They simply define the actual description. So in regards, Damien is the chair of the board and the chief governance officer. That is what's said in the bylaws. That's it, Damien. Sorry, the president, not Damien. That would be authoritarian. So it's that's the nature of what the bylaws are. So it's not a point that there's not really anything consequential in the bylaws, regardless of which option we go with. It's simply a matter of, do we need to have the names in the bylaws or not?
Cool. I want this discussion quick. I'm not going to give it much time. I'm going to have 5 minutes before I start getting angry. Go ahead.
I like the split version where it defines the names and they're better. If people reading our bylaws is clearer. Also then clearly defines VP, what name do you say, student experience, to be the vice chair and for emergency powers to be granted to them the presence away. I think it's risky to move that emergency powers thing to policy, of like who gets to take over. That is risky in policy. So yeah, I like split version. Easy as that.
All right. I'm just gonna say, knowing how much debate we had over names, it might be best not to engage with that in there because I'm confident it'll change in a couple of years.
The names?
But not even. Might not even, yeah.
Of the historically multiple VPs, we always name them in the thing. And hopefully having them bylaws discourages renaming because also they have to get AMM approval.
Right. Dude,
I'm doing the motion. I'm motioning to amend the bylaws with the second version. I believe that's the 2/3 vote.
to amend the bylaws, that's a good.
I'm making a motion.
Oh, wow.
To amend the bylaws with the split named version.
Mhm. I think you're right, yeah.
And I think it's 2/3 in favor we need.
Yeah, we haven't amended the bylaw yet, so it's interesting. I would need a seconder. Seconded by Skylar. Any discussion on this? Job guide. Okay, go ahead. No.
I'm gonna dissent, but yeah.
I'm sorry. I do want to as well, yeah.
I don't think it's a good.
Well, if there's real dissent, then you should say it. We're amending the bylaw.
I made my point clear. I think we haven't established the rules far enough for us to be doing this shit.
I'll reiterate. No, I was waiting. So I have a recent point for you too. No, my opinion is I think from a documentation standpoint, it is appropriate for us to keep our bylaws at a high level and simply put the descriptor of the fact that we have 2 vice presidents, and then within our policy document, which is the try and support policy document, we can actually define the roles. This also gives us like easier opportunity to make amendments to the name if we need to, and it's something that might happen depending on student outlook, student opinion, feedback. And I think if it's something we need to do, it's easier to have it done within our policy manual. And yeah, we should be amending our bylaws so often to the point on making it to the point on having it in the policy manual might be risky in regards to the authorities given. I would say like that's an interesting point, but it's a very rare case scenario, and you would rather have it enshrined within your policy manual. A lot of the powers that are dictated in the bylaws are then further refined and dictated within the policy manual, where those items are made clear and further refined, and that's the common practice and tradition of our bylaws. So we're not deviating there. And the last thing I will say, because Sandra isn't here to say it, is this according to her was a good governance practice. That's what we should be doing.
I'll ask we keep it concise.
Yeah, so I would say it is incredibly risky to move to policy that who takes over as president. By our bylaws, the president can become CEO if we don't have the executive director. We say in our bylaws that the executive director is CEO and has operational delegation. There is a lot of power with the delegation of president's role when someone's missing. I think it's incredibly risky to move that to policy and what that could open in future contentious boards. It also doesn't allow AGM. If they want to move around powers, AGM should have to approve changes. They can move around powers of who takes over without AGM approval in the future. I think that's incredibly risky. I think we're not going to agree here. Let's go to a vote.
Esther, is that a fair assessment?
Yeah.
I'll get back to you.
Yeah. I'll go to Mohammed while Esther figures it out.
I don't think that's a fair assessment. We're not talking about, like, in this scenario, you mentioned operational delegation. So right now, operational delegation is always given to give it to Suzanne. In the scenario where Suzanne is not present, it would go to the president. And then in the scenario where it's not the president is not there, it would go to currently the vice president in this case. Under the new bylaws, which is the version I'm looking at as more enticing, the policy manual would dictate the third in chain, the third in command. So we're talking about you're stating something as being risky when it's the third objective, the third in command, post a series of items or actions to occur. I think that's a bit overblown, and I think it is appropriate for the board in that instance to sort of designate the outlook on what they would like to happen. I think if you look at it, we shouldn't. No, I'm gonna stop there because I might go on a little bit of a tangent. I'll go back to it.
No, in fairness, it that made it more serious. Yes, please do.
So right now it says if the president's unable or anyway, the vice president can take over as the powers of president.
Mm-hmm.
In the joint version, it says in the event of the president's ability or inability to act, the duties and powers of the president shall be carried out by either of the vice presidents. You're asking for a power struggle here in some sort of thing if something happened. I'm not saying I hope this never happens.
As provided for.
In applicable policies. So by a simple majority of board, you can now change who is taking over. I really think you should keep that at the bylaw level of powers. The powers need to be approved by AGM of who's even taking over in emergencies.
Apologies if I can here. I think it's fair in the sense that if there are two people and we're both seeing them as equal, the person to decide it would be board. And of course, in theory, there could be a power struggle, but someone has to make that decision, right? So who else to do it than board? Go ahead.
No, really couldn't have said that better, Damien. And like, if we're talking about, it could be changed by majority vote of board. These decisions, like if we talk about operational delegation, I believe the vote is the majority. So a lot of these items can already be done and dictated by majority of board in terms of that context. So it's not as though we're assigning something any special jurisdiction. It's simply not making it 2/3. So we're not doing anything extraordinary in this case. It's retaining the status quo.
Or is this a new point? Is it?
I'm just gonna say, yeah, in practice, it'll just be the vice chair, but I think this makes them equal. Yeah.
Where? Do you want to put it to a vote for the most amendment you put? I don't have a clear idea of where would you.
Yeah. I'm just saying, in the future, this just opens up. Right now, we haven't defined who's vice chair. That's policy. And technically, policy can even delegate. There's ways to make it easier and easier to change this power, even if our wording of policy makes it harder to change. Like, I just think, again, it's just the slippery slope of if you get into policy of like how it changes if something's delegated. I think it should remain a bylaw, and it's the member accountability that members can decide at AGM to ratify or not. I'm gonna bring it to a vote, and if it fails, it fails.
Okay, perfect. Any other discussion, or can we go to a vote? Okay. Perfect. We'll go to a vote. All of those in favor?
Of what?
Oh, of the, sorry, do you want to restate the motion?
Of the bylaw amendments.
Yeah, so it's specifically, it's a motion, to pass, the bylaw version 2. Is that correct?
Version
Oh, it's
split.
version split, sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Right?
Yes, that's correct. So all those in favor? All those abstaining? All those against? Oh, wait, I saw one abstention. All those against? You gotta vote, guys. Okay, perfect. Okay, I'm afraid that motion fails. Yes, Mohammed, do you have a motion?
By virtue of possibility, I now move. So be it resolved that the board approve bylaw November 2025 version 2.
Okay, can I go straight to a vote, guys? Thank you. All those in favor?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I see unanimity, so we're just gonna take that. Perfect, so the motion passes. Thank you guys for being more concise than I think you guys would have wanted to, so I appreciate that. We'll go to board policy manual approval. Mohammed, you're on the you're in the spotlight again. Oh, but this is a motion. This is a motion, so I will need a seconder. You want to state the motion? We'll go for a seconder.
Item 3, board policy manual approval. Be it resolved that the board approves the amended board policy manual as presented.
Okay, looking for a seconder.
Tired board.
Rida. Oh, yeah, I'm afraid it was Rida first. Okay, Mohammed, go ahead.
Thank you, Damien. So essentially, the names as you see it in this policy manual will be amended to include the 2 vice president titles we approved today. That's vice president current, vice president 2. The remainder of which within the bylaws is simply a precursor to defining the high level overview of their roles. As a reminder, the defining items are in the officer nomination package. This is simply a high level overview. You can look at the current board policy manual, for example, of how the roles were described. And that is a good sort of precursor on how to start. The other item I'd say is, so the primary items you should be looking at is the role descriptions under item 3. And then And then under the definitions page, obviously the vice presidents are defined in their role, but that's more or less general. That's nothing specific. And then majority of the other changes simply encompass adding plurality to the term vice president to signify multiple, which we will have after today. Esther, if I'm missing. Just amendments, perfect. Okay. That is the series of amendments we're proposing today.
Do you want? Oh yeah, go ahead.
The last thing I'd say is essentially we hope to refine and hope to ensure that majority of the items here and the descriptions are accurate and what board intends for the role based on discussions we've had. And then that will sort of dictate how the nomination package and the actual structure, because I want to say this last thing, which is that this policy manual is sort of the final, this is the overriding description. The nomination package, if say, for example, there is an error and something is incorrectly written, the policy manual will obviously hold true as our governing document. So it's essentially we get it right here. And the policy manual, so the nomination package will be built off that. I yield back.
Thank you. Do you want to use your power? Seconder?
No, but there's a lot to digest here.
Yeah. You are seconding the motion, I should.
Well, I know, but I'm voting for board that I don't know. Okay, I'll do this.
Okay, I should, before I go to Samir, I do know the answer to this, but I do want to confirm. You've had a discussion, apologies, you probably need that laptop. You've had a discussion with Esther about all of these changes and everything, right?
So this document, could you remind me? Thanks, David. This document has arrived from Governance Committee. Governance Committee took a first shot at making improvements to the version Esther and I drafted a while ago. And so this is the document the committee approved for further and final refinement here today. Yield back.
Yes, Samir.
I think the big thing is for things we're going to talk about for president. There's two opposing wordings right now, 3.4, 3.5. Either having the president just be academic matters and 3.5, making sure the president is everything but student life. And then in 4, it is, saying things, it's kind of that, change is like, is president everything but student life, or is it VP is everything but academic? I am personally in favor of president's everything but student life.
Yeah. Any other comments on that? I think that if you're calling for a motion here, you're not?
I am. So like, I'm guessing it's to strike 3.4. 3.5 so wording I want.
You're gonna have to get a little more specific. Actually, I don't know how to handle this one. This is a motion to amend an amendment to a bylaw. That would still be half, right? Policy manual. I'm looking at I'm looking at a different one, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, so
Board policy.
just strike 3.4 because 3.5 so wording I want.
Okay.
Also, move.
Perfect. To strike 3.4 to act as the lead advocate. No, wait,
Academic matters.
on academic.
3.5 so wording I want. We had both wordings right now.
Oh, okay. So there are two options in here?
Yes.
Okay, that would have been good to, I see. I'm glad that's how it was set up. Okay, that makes things easy. So to strike 3.4, okay. Does everyone understand that, or do we want us to put it somewhere?
Can we put it somewhere so I know where we are? Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna copy paste both into the chat. Yeah. 3.4.
If we go to page 6, so it's at the bottom of page 6.
So you can see that there are two in here. But you can only have one, essentially. And Samir is saying to strike 3.4, so we're going with 3.5 is what he's saying.
Yeah. Would you mind if I shared my document?
On the screen?
On the screen, yeah. But that way I can.
No, we're going off policy manual.
No, it's a picture of the policy manual. That way I can just highlight the exact items as we go step by step, because there's a series of amendments.
It seems fair. Go ahead.
Thank you.
All right, Skylar will be staying on call, so.
everything, hey, bro.
It's a snow squall.
Yes, it is a snow.
What's a school, by the way? Oh, me too.
A lot of snow. That's what they're telling me.
I don't know if I got. That's exciting.
Yeah, winter times, guys.
Sorry, and yes, if I can I say something real quick? Yeah, no, I do apologize. I've basically been losing sequentially my notebooks, and so as I take notes in committee, I lose them, and then I don't know where they are. And so yeah, Samir really pointed out a good point, which is that when we drafted the roles, they were multiple. Like we left like different iterations that we could decide upon later because obviously we wanted some high level discussion. Yes.
All right, this is the wrong document.
This is the wrong document.
Okay.
Can I ask you?
Let's move. We kind of know what's going on for now while you figure that out.
I get it. This is great. I just want us to clarify, and this is something I think we talked about a little before. What do we specifically mean by campus life? Like with respect to the workload and what the president sits on versus what I know this amendment is, what it is, and I think the wording is fine. I'm just wondering if then you're going to amend the other role to say they only focus on.
Oh, okay. So
If life matters, what are we referring to when we're saying campus life here?
does that have to do with this amendment? Is it material to the
Yes,
amendment?
it's the material to my vote. It is material to my vote.
Okay.
Okay.
I would say in the last GovCon meeting, we moved next chart of what each of the VP is doing, and we kind of defined it as stuff in the Chris Reed's office, the student service units. We defined it as general, sentiment on campus of campus life. Like I don't know perfectly define that, but like I think we've been decently clear what units, stuff like SAC, URSC.
Okay.
We had that.
I guess if I may, a follow-up question there then, is this kind of still abide with the way we divided up the responsibilities on that chart activity at governance committee?
Yeah, this is based off that.
The amendment.
Sorry, okay, yeah, Samir, I checked, this document is active, so your amendment, I'm highlighting here. You want us to obviously strike out this one in favor of this one, is that right?
Strike out the one with academic math, strike out the first one.
Okay. Oh, yes, because it was the point about greater being exclusion. Okay, so can I repeat that for you? Okay, so just for clarity's sake, I'm sharing a document. The highlighted line is the line that Samir is proposing. And then obviously his amendment is to strike out this line. Which I strict out.
So you can only have one.
Yes.
Yeah. I prefer that. Any other comments?
I'm assuming the answer was yes to my question.
That raising discussion, though, someone who was talking about this in Gov, it's me. No, but you were talking in favor of this. Who was saying something against this?
Okay, let me explain. Okay. There's some confusion here. One, I'm also hearing someone coming from the screen. I don't know who that is. If you intend to say something, put your hand up. Otherwise, try muting. Okay, Rida, go ahead.
Can I stand up and go to the screen for a moment?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, it's easier. This was a philosophical discussion we got into at GovCon that I'm not going to reopen. But essentially, earlier we were working with this board, which is the president deals with academic matters related to the university governance. Because after we look at the roles of the other VPs, that's kind of what's left behind generally. I pointed out that we want to have a catch-all somewhere. And so I propose that the president be the lead on all matters except as delegated. Now, the concern at committee, because this kind of just came up pretty quickly and we hadn't really fleshed it out properly, was that like now we're making the president super ultra powerful in terms of setting everything, because we didn't really get to the point of formally making that exclusion of non-including student affairs.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I see this, I see it as meaning the lead advocate of a corporation on all matters except as delegated to defense.
Well, it relates to university governance.
Yes, so
I will say I'm in favor. This is friendly. This is friendly. This is friendly.
So what I said?
The highlighted?
Yes.
Is friendly.
Yeah.
The one wouldn't be friendly is you say everything. University can read this fine.
Whatever's delegated.
Except as otherwise delegated in policy.
Except as delegated to the VP.
Rather than having specific.
And then-
this, not that.
And then the other roles are considered delegations. Correct, guys. My worry is that the president should not be saying whether or not it's delegated. If
It's
it's already,
delegated in policy.
it's delegated in policy. So for those ones that's delegated in policy, I don't hate that because I don't like specifying university governance. That's weird because what you can get into weird edge cases. It's weird to get specific with the president who should be catch-all.
I think like it feels like on consent, we can take this and then remove it. And then we can workshop the wording. in a
Yeah.
second.
I'm happy with that.
I agree. Let's start. So I didn't hear that, but I'm hoping it was.
I'm saying on consent, we can strike out the first one and now we can work on the word.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Cool. Anybody who has a problem with that? Otherwise, we're just gonna take that as consent. All right, that's what I'd like to hear. Okay, we're striking that one.
What's the other concern?
Well, it's a paper with all my changes.
Well, can I do something on consent really quickly?
For this.
Rita, you had an amendment here.
Yeah. So. Oh, let's go back to where we were.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Because this is kind of to continue the conversation where we were. I would amend that highlighted section to be the lead advocate of the corporation on all matters, except as outlined in the description, as I guess.
Except as delegated, except as delegated.
To the VP 1 and 2.
Except.
And it's like the delegation is, I think.
Well, policy overrides.
Yeah, that's my point. I think the track we got stuck on at GovCon.
Yeah.
Is that the idea that this delegation is coming from the president. The delegation is not coming from the president, it's coming from the board through policy.
That make it clear though.
First of all, we're not having a side discussion. Esther?
You see, on all matters, it's very broad.
So
sounds
the idea is that it's a catch-all because we don't want something where there is no lead advocate.
As delegated in all matters, it sounds like it's both governance and operational matters as well.
That's delegated in policy to the ED.
Okay.
Okay.
I was thinking this.
Just one comment about, I think we were talking about the fact that there wasn't enough clarity in some of the roles, so I also want to be cognizant of not getting too general. Or then it becomes very folks having to have conversations about what should or shouldn't and create some tension, so if we can find clarity.
Except as delegated in policy and to the VPs.
I'm typing something.
Okay. Because the specific role lines are only going to be discussed, really looked at, if I'm honest, during that session.
Okay.
During the.
I don't know if I just put in ultra complicated wording, but to act as the lead advocate of the corporation on all matters not delegated in policy, the VP 1 and VP 2, particularly as related to university.
What about?
No, because what about other policies?
In board, like.
Yeah, there are other policies that are done.
But not delegated in policy. That's broad.
In policy, just VP 1 and VP 2 get specific. Esther, is there something you'd like to say on this?
They're all governance matters.
Yeah, well, I guess Chief. This is weird. What was it? Okay, I'm so sorry. This is annoying me. What was it before?
Thank you. That was the point of order for that.
University governance.
University governance.
And it didn't have the not including student.
What's wrong with university? Wait, what about the president has internal governance? Confused. It's a chief governance officer.
Yeah.
So the last policy, the last role description was bad as well, essentially is what we're saying. What university governance? Where we?
So let's add with respect to university governance.
Governance officer says right there.
It's just actually advocate of the corporation as a university government.
Then why are we worried about it getting into the conversation of lead advocate of the corporation? Yeah, okay, there we go. Why are we worried about operations? It's advocacy. It's a lead advocate of the corporation. It's yeah. Why are we worried about operations? Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that. It's like we could just lead advocate of the corporations of all matters except as delegated in policy, including to, and if you want to specify, including to VP 1 and 2.
That's reasonable.
Yeah,
I think
I'm happy with it. Thank you.
I can remove VP 1 and 2 to simplify, not delegated in policy particularly as it is.
For clarity's sake, like, I'm not saying my opinion, I agree with it. Clarity's sake, I think it's simply to say accept as delegated policy. That's all you need to.
Okay, that's what I'm.
That is technically right. If Suzanne's worried about,
I just edited.
that is
So
technically,
is everyone
it's
happy?
policy, that's technically
Is
right.
everyone happy with what it is now? To act as the lead advocate of the corporation on all matters not delegated in policy.
On all matters, not delegated.
Yeah, you might want to move those around. On all matters, particularly as related to university governance and not delegated. Just get rid of as related.
Guys, the VP external, or whatever we're calling it, does government.
I don't understand.
Policies is fixed. That's not a problem.
Saying nothing.
Let me just get the final wording. The final wording?
Okay, this is, are people happy? On not all matters not delegated in policy.
I love it.
Because.
Mike? I'm gonna guess Suzanne.
Board members not advocate.
This is
Advocacy.
board members advocate, but they are not the lead advocate.
Yeah.
Are they not in certain topics like co-op? Like,
I would argue against that. I would say
Is still the lead advocate.
I'm delegating, I would say, is what I'm doing. Yeah.
I just got a question. So why were these not made at the committee? What was the reason?
Because-
these were rejected?
Because the idea was, no, because this became rather contentious at committee.
Yeah, we felt, oh, just throw that board.
As soon as we got the board, we were gonna relitigate this as we got now.
That's reasonable. I think you should touch on online people who are probably sleeping with their cameras off. It's not contributing too. This is governance committee right now. Doing, you know what I mean?
I do, thank you, yes. Thank you for pointing out that the people online should not be having their cameras off unless they have a good reason to be, which I did not receive any.
Sorry, folks. They're all sleeping.
No, Mario, thank you. You're right. Okay. Go, I mean, I think we've got a decent,
What particularly do about resolutions?
sure, just put it in.
Is that
Just,
better?
are we,
Okay.
yeah,
Well,
okay.
this one is in the chat again.
Okay.
I would prefer without, but it's fine.
It doesn't change anything. It's just
It's for readability as well,
Yeah.
really.
Delegated in.
I could live with this. Yeah.
advocate of the corporation. That's what it says.
Not delegated in policy, especially, you say?
Particular.
Oh,
Mike, what we're looking at is not on the screen, it's in the chat.
this is me.
It's, no, Mike texted something, don't worry about it.
to the vice president.
Yeah. Oh, but there's another thing, it's to you, okay. The advocacy of the, no, it's, yeah, so you've messed up on the screen as, it's not the advocate on, it's lead advocate of the corporation on all matters. Yeah, so change the on to of.
This one?
Of to on, yeah, correct. And the second of to on.
After the corporation.
Corporation on all matters.
Okay. You know what? That makes more sense. I was wondering.
Reads that.
All right, I'm tired. I do what I.
That's an amendment. Can I get a seconder to that amendment? I'll do it myself. Someone do it. Thank you, Rory. I don't think we need to really discuss here. Does anyone have anything that they need to say? No. Okay, we'll go to we're just gonna do this on consent. Any objections? Great.
One second.
Okay. We're gonna have to go to a vote then.
No, just give me 1 second. Give me like 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
You'd feel my brain power shutting down, unfortunately. Yeah. God knows when we're gonna pass at the end.
Giving you 5 more. And then we're going to a vote.
Yeah.
So,
Is that an objection?
Yeah.
okay, so we'll do it to a vote. All those in favor? Okay. All those, okay, we're going slow. I understand people's brains. You need to lock in. Okay, because this is the last part of governance reform on the officer, so I need people's minds here. Okay, so those are those in favor. Okay, all those abstaining. Oh. Okay, guys. All those against. Perfect, it passes. Okay, we are back on, I suppose, the regular motion with the next item. Go ahead.
If people don't listen, I'm just gonna drop it. I don't have the energy. I'm putting it in chat.
Can you tell us what page?
It's on VPS.
VPSL?
Oh, yeah, we do need to change that name, by the way. I'm just gonna take that on
Oh, this-
consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're changing the name on.
Okay, sorry, student experience, right?
I think that's
And
something.
correct to the government, what you said?
No, this is VP external.
I don't have the energy. I would sarcasm back.
Okay. I put it in chat. Please let me.
Advocate PW. Yeah, that's, yes. Was that, what it is this is that what it said?
No.
Was there a change from before, or is this
When I
fixing an old problem?
cross off, it's a change.
Okay, so this isn't us, I get, okay, I understand.
This was contentious to GovCom, so I'm bringing it in.
This was, that's a GovCom. I mean, yeah,
What was it?
that's where it goes.
What was?
Yeah, why was it?
the issue?
I think we were just tired and said no more discussion for shit.
Yeah, because this is already, this is what happens. I'm just gonna take it, can I get a second to turn this amendment, please? Second by Rida, any discussion on this? It's kind of just what they do. Skylar, go ahead.
Oh, that was just seconding, sorry.
Okay. I would advise against that, Skylar. Okay. Cool. No discussion, we're going to a vote. All those in favor? All those in favor?
We're rushing this.
I waited for comments.
No, but they even haven't been reading it. I just got the amendment. I'm sorry. I
So
really
is this accurate?
Okay, then we'll hold off.
just give me 1 minute. I'm sorry.
Advocate, this is,
We just got edited. Oh, it's a different one. Read up.
like, Samir, this is a change, right?
I think so.
Guys, you can look up here, okay? It's,
But the one I put in chat shows you the before, the wording before and the wording. I know, I'm saying that there's a slight difference in what I did here.
But what's the difference?
No, as in like,
Okay.
presentation.
My question to Ria's version is, what do you mean by other external stakeholders? Isn't that supposed to be the VP government and stakeholder relations? Like to advocate to UW and others or stakeholders, who would they be for?
On initiatives that enhance the student experience.
But who are they? Like who are they? What are we writing if we don't know who they are?
It's a catch-all.
And they're not necessarily the lead on it, they're just doing that action.
Yeah. This is correct. He is, Rida's right there. I'm gonna go to Andrew first, because apologize, Mohammed, you talked.
Okay. Just one idea for other external stakeholders, like, for example, like advocating to like Laurier Student Union, for example. Like, I guess that could be other
Yeah.
external stakeholders, right? For like holding a concert together or something.
That's true.
So that's another bag form. So I'm not even.
Yeah.
I don't know if
A little operational, but get the idea.
Kind of. The Laura, I will say the Laura SU is much more, whatever. I
From
don't
public
care.
session.
No, that's not what I was gonna, I was gonna say that more likely to talk about student, but that's okay. Let's keep going, Mohammed.
Yeah, so when I wrote the wording to provide strategic input and guidance of programs and initiatives that enhance the student experience, there was obviously the external aspect to the university, and there was a slight also internal aspect where I think Damien mentioned in the meeting where we had our we had a presentation on time tracking, that there are instances.
Confidential sessions, but go ahead.
Correct. Oh, yes, okay. But there are instances early on during the term where our student experience team would have liked to have had input or support from Damien, but because of overall workload, it wasn't able to. So this sort of was supposed to remedy that, where it's whereas it was supposed to be to provide and to be able to provide that sort of strategic input on programs, initiatives, and events, et cetera, that enhance the student experience. So, and I don't think that's covered by the second point. So they do seem like two separate points.
May I add one?
Yeah.
I would just say the other point we still have in here is to advise the board and executive director on student feedback and trends. That fits in there. I would say you could argue someone like Brian, do the executive director, delegation fund, can do it through that. That covers it.
Anything else? Point of, Skylar, you gotta put your hand up. I'm not doing the chat.
Amendment? It'll be from,
What is that?
to W to the university.
Sure, the university.
I don't like.
Yes, Skylar.
Good catch. Don't put you that.
Skylar, go ahead.
I just was asking which specific point they were talking about, but sorry. It's hard to hear.
No worries. We're discussing where is it? It's vid that posted the before and after for the VP student experience.
Really like that, right? To the university and other.
Okay, thank you.
That was a friendly amendment just for the minutes, made to amend UW to the university and was friendly by Samir. I have a reservation, but I'm singular on that, so I think you should be able to move to a vote.
Reservation.
I don't think it's covered my sort of point, but again, I might be singular in that, and I don't want to waste the board's time if that's the case.
Okay. Cool. I don't see anything else. Perfect. We'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment? We need to be quick, guys. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those abstaining? 1, 2. I'm on. Okay. 3, 4. That's good, guys. All those against?
Oh, missing 2?
What?
6 in favor, 4 abstaining.
No, that's about right. Well, no, maybe she's back.
12 of us.
I got what I got. Some people might not have voted. Perfect. All right. So the amendment's taken. We'll move now. Linda, go ahead.
I have an amendment on consent. It will be on consent.
Go ahead.
What we just amended, instead of WUSA, it should be the corporation or something along the lines.
Sure. Yeah. No objections there. Just no one's gonna vote.
To both the corporation. Is it really lowercase?
It's because it's.
No, it's corporation everywhere else.
Oh,
As a common manager, I will say just use lowercase, it'll be fine.
Okay. Anything else on this?
We're done?
Yeah, I spelled it wrong. Oh, sorry.
So wait, I'm so
Why is my
confused here.
My spell check set to Kenya?
Nobody has any comments on the roles for VP, like the VP2? Really?
We're on the VP2. Oh, you mean the
Yeah. We've had amendments for everything else except for VP2. That's okay. I'm just surprised that we spent more on the stuff that was already established. Go ahead.
I don't know what the final wording ended up being for that one, but VP2 is still to act as the lead advocate of the corporation on non-academic student life matters related to university and government and campus affairs.
Huh?
I feel like we changed the president to like,
It became a catch-all for except delegated.
I want to say, and I guess it already sort of is in part 4.10,
10.
which is other stuff as delegated.
Do you want to change 4.10, which is other stuff is delegated?
No, I'm saying like, because they used to be like two halves of the whole, right? We said like, this is what the president's doing, this is what the VP is doing, right? They were like two halves of the university, right? But now we said like, we've changed what that president's side is. I'm just wondering if there's any corresponding thing that we have to do on the VP side to like.
I see.
Make sure it's still a complete whole.
I think it just says to act as the lead advocate of the corporation and matters related to the federal, provincial, and municipal government. It still says that. I think it's nice.
What'd you say, man? It's not letting me, I don't know if you can see this, it's not letting me put this on a bullet point.
Okay, it was.
So the VP student experience.
Yeah. To act as the lead advocate of the corporation on non-academic student life matters related to university governance and campus affairs. Okay, no, that does make sense. Okay, because there's a university governance. But that does make sense. So it'd be like athletics, stuff like that. That makes sense to me. Yeah, USRC. Okay.
Sorry, where are we right?
Yes, partially.
I'm trying to.
Sorry?
4.7. 4.7.
VP, it's a VP student experience, vice president too.
Okay, so can we, to act as, here, right, this one. So what do we have an amendment on the table?
Can I?
No? Oh, okay. No.
Sorry. I was gonna say, because let's ignore any of the updating birding, the like VPSL, VP external, whatever.
Yeah.
When we get to the end, we'll do a catch-all amendment for all of this.
You already did.
No, because people are breaking it up and getting confused. Like, let's just make it clear that we don't care about that.
I'm gonna take your word for it. All right. Okay. I was just surprised to see more focus on the ones that were already existing. Okay.
What do you mean the ones already existing? That was
The president and VP. GSL.
Oh, yeah, we talked about GSL.
Yeah, Damien, I was very confused by that point.
I apologize. I'm getting old. Don't even worry about it.
What one tiny thing, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm okay with this. Right now, for VP, student affairs, whatever we call it, it says to act as a deputy chief governance officer. And for VP current / external government affairs, whatever, it says to act as deputy governance officer. We want the word chief in there.
Okay. Oh, that's wonderful.
Can I just on consent say deputy chief governance officer?
Doesn't sound legal definition.
That make any, is that?
So here it says deputy governance officer,
Oh,
but here it says deputy chief governance officer. Shouldn't they just both be deputy chief? So on consent, can I change in VP
It's
government to the deputy chief governance? Okay.
What happened in governance committee, man?
Well, that was a long meeting.
we were there for 3 hours, I think. Was it 2.5, 3 hours?
Guys, look where we are now. Okay, cool.
You know what was wrong, David?
I don't want to know. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
Entire time.
I don't care. I was joking. Okay.
Guys,
All right.
it's actually apostrophe after, right?
That's for later.
I don't know which one it is.
Stakeholder program, no S.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no S.
Oh, neither.
Remove the S from the end.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? I will note there are small typos, including that we have 4.3, and that's to be dealt with later. I'm going to trust that's going to be dealt with. Okay. Any other amendments, or are we ready to vote on the thing as a whole?
For clarity's sake, I'm gonna be this document reflects it with the amendments in place.
Esther's been having it on.
Oh, Esther, you're doing it as well?
Okay, perfect.
All
right, I think on that note, somehow we have made it to the end of this one, and we're good to go to the vote. You had some weird plan. We're good.
Yeah, no, I'm
Okay, cool. On that, yes, go ahead, Mohammed.
Where is it now? Okay, be resolved that the board approves the amended board policy manual as presented, to refer to the version Esther has been revising throughout this session.
Yeah, we had a seconder for this before, did we not? Did we not? I think
It was Rida.
it was real. Yeah. Okay, so now we can go to our final vote. All those in favor, please put your hand up. Guys, I'd be stunned. Okay. Okay, all those abstaining?
I hope so. I put my hand up. Oh, okay.
All those against?
Unanimous.
Okay, I do expect a vote usually, but this passes. Okay.
Can I say for the detailed officer resolution nomination package, since we're not voting on it, it's an operational matter, can just people in chat over the next day or two give staff feedback and not do it during this meeting?
What is this?
This is 5.1, the fourth one, the review of detailed officer description nomination package.
Oh,
Operational thing, we're just getting feedback, can we get feedback online?
I'm happy with that.
I've never agreed with you more.
I'm happy with that. And I'll work with Mike and Mohammed. We'll both work with Mike or Esther. I don't know who's.
Here.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say, okay. And then we'll just to help incorporate some of that information as well.
Sorry, there's one thing that I think I would have a discussion about, just to make the board clear. I took a picture of that. Under 4. Item 3, where it says collaborate with internal and external stakeholders to ensure that advocacy priorities are informed by
We
sound.
already passed this, Mohammed. Yeah, it's over. We passed it.
We didn't pass.
We did. Because I was voting right now.
Wording was,
Oh,
is directly
that's-
out of what we just passed. So just.
Policy amendments are done.
I apologize. I gave like 10 chances. You can bring it forward.
In the nomination package.
Yeah.
It's the nomination package.
What we saying is exactly wording as we just passed in the board policy meeting. It's literally, is it not?
Yeah.
Is that-
If it's just for the nomination
Yeah.
package, we just talked.
Go ahead and explain.
Because it's more.
So, Mohammed, if it's for nomination package, we do it in the
Exactly, so
chat.
that's.
Then we have it. We just established another pipeline for the nomination package.
Bring it up in the chat later.
Yeah, okay. I'll bring it up.
Thank you. Because I will know we haven't gotten to reports. Okay, cool. With that being said, let's move on. Thank you. That's congrats, guys. We've got a new officer. Okay.
See you next year.
Now I'm going to be a real jerk about time. 5.2, I'm as soon as we hit these 10 minutes, I'm going to a vote unless something crazy happens. Go ahead. Mohammed,
Good evening.
name it, and then we'll second and you can motion.
Yes. I hope you guys have read the motion ahead of time. It will be a motion following that is friendly. The purpose of this is essentially to get external opinion. As you know, the governance reform proposal, the governance committee and governance reform committee has been working on is entirely internal. We've utilized our own governance team, our own research team. So it'd be a good idea to get some form of external opinion. Person who's are also familiar with our organization. They conducted the 2021-22 governance forum that occurred previously. So they're familiar with our organization. They can provide just some insight onto the work we've done, work we've established, perhaps make suggestions. I think it's just useful to get more opinion. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
The seconder is Rory Norris.
Oh, seconded by Rory.
Seconded
Ready?
by Rory.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll accept that. Okay,
I'll go to Rory's.
Rory, do you want to use your seconding?
Yes.
Go ahead. Keep it concise, please.
I'm gonna start by making a quick site modification to the loading. And I put it in the chat there. So I guess I'm going to move this. Do you take it as friendly, good sir?
I do take it as friendly.
So this is just to clarify some of the language. So I guess just to give my quick spiel of just in general, I think it'd be good to get an external view on, what this process is and sort of our, as we sort of get to doing that. And so really we're certain views with one organization that will have a little bit of experience with us in our governing system. And also, as noted, I think in the motion itself, it is up to them at this point, like when we reach out. But yeah, I think those are the two pieces that I really wanted to.
Just talk on like everyone needs to consent to it. I don't. I would easily pass the original version.
Okay. It's been objected to, which I'm loving. Okay, so let's
Yeah. Can I say?
go ahead. It is your turn.
You're not defining a cost, like board can't just say, board needs to define how much it's gonna pay. We can't just let a random amount.
Yes.
Technically, if it falls under a threshold, we don't need board approval, and this will definitely fall under that threshold. Correct, Suzanne?
20,
Under what?
20,000.
It will, I bet you it will be less than $20,000.
Okay, 1 second.
I bet you 20,000. I personally think even if it's a couple thousand, board can sign off on money. I agree, like,
Okay.
for this.
Pause. Okay, we're not all yelling. Aria.
I'm just gonna say, we just funded a role that's way more expensive. I was told we're gonna work out the budget. For the love of God, let's keep it clear. So let's just focus on if you guys think it's a good idea or not. And then I'm sure Suzanne will make sure it fits within the budget requirement, but we can cherry pick what we talk about finance. So that's where I'm gonna leave it. I think.
Okay, we'll go to Samir.
How about I make life simple? We say for retention small, undergraduate cost under 5,000.
No government.
What, you can't. Rory.
I'll second that. Our
Under 5,000. What if it doesn't come to that? What if it doesn't come to that?
it won't come to that.
Hey.
It will not be more than
Downtown food.
What?
Do not.
I think so, okay, I'm just gonna speak here. I think this is a little bit unnecessary, if that's okay. Can we just, like, we're getting a little bit lost in the sauce here. If you have an issue with like taking on like this, then we can do that. It's unusual to get that specific and to limit. This Andrew, who I believe has had his hand up earlier than the people I've allocated. Go ahead.
Could we redact that part before we publish
Thanks,
it?
Damien. So I have two concerns about like this motion. The first thing is that I'm not even sure if like this consulting firm like even exists anymore. Like they don't have a website anymore. I've done some research online. It doesn't seem like they've done any work after the WUSA governance review. If you go on their like LinkedIn page, that's like the only online presence they have. It seems like the only employee that's there is like the founder himself. So like I'm concerned about like because this is pretty much sole sourcing a contract to this consulting firm. I'm concerned about that when I don't even know if they exist anymore, and I don't even know if they're taking clients anymore, and I don't even know if it's what their competence, what their capabilities are. Because if it's like just this one person running this consulting firm, I feel like we should take the opportunity to look at, I know there's like time considerations and stuff like that, but we should be looking at other options to see if there's other firms that have more capabilities than this firm, if it even exists at all.
But I will say I understand the reasoning for it, in the sense that this was done because this was the people who helped us with a governance review last time. It is admittedly a little bit weird to put that restriction on the ED. But whatever. Corey?
Yes, just to respond to some of those points and let me know if I pass over everything. To my knowledge, they have done work after WUSA's work, and that they are immediately wants to respond to that. And on top of that, like again noted, the reason that they were selected is because they know our governance system or they have done work on it historically, and so that sort of speaks more directly to like why you had noted that they might not be experienced in doing this. So I would wonder if they're not experienced, if they've done it before directly with us. And then just, I guess, well, there was one more, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. So I'll leave it at that for now. And then if I remember, I'll come back to it.
Yeah. Oh, there's a reason I think they haven't done more projects is in the past, every time they've done a project on their LinkedIn, they have said, we were here, 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 here. And after the point where we do WUSA governance review, there's nothing there. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. There's nothing there.
They've done.
Oh, I've heard of them doing that.
Okay.
I'll go to Andrew.
Just to follow up on one of Rory's point, well, it's like they might have had like the capabilities back then, but like maybe some of like the staff and some of the people that they had, left over that period of time. We don't really know that right now. And the fact that we're like trying to pass a motion that's sole sourcing pretty much a contract to them when I don't feel comfortable because I don't know all the details about this company. I don't know if they even exist anymore. Like they don't have a website. I feel like if you don't have a website, I feel like the credibility of the firm is in question. And I don't think that we should be passing a motion to sole source a contract.
I appreciate that point, Andrew. I will say we are over time. So what I'm going to ask is unless anyone has a specific suggestion to either change or to vote against, I'm going to ask very specifically, are you, Andrew, are you saying that you'd like to propose a change here, or are you just not happy with this motion at all? That's my question might be.
Give me a minute. I need to think about this. Otherwise we just go to a vote.
Glenn has a clarifying point and I have a suggestion.
Just want to clarify, Andrew, that they are still active. They're still doing work with student associations and have done some similar consulting with student associations recently. So they're still active. I'm not sure about their online presence and all of that. That's my understanding.
Correct. I understand you have a suggestion. Skylar, did you have a suggestion or were you going to just add on to a point?
No, no, I agree with what Andrew said, but I think that maybe we could do a standard call for proposals or some other way of fielding out this expertise. I like Andrew. I don't think I could vote in good conscience for just an unnamed company.
Rinda?
I would have raised the same concerns as Andrew because I had them, like I couldn't find a lot about them. I think the main concern here is that this kind of, we're accidentally locking ourselves into this. I think like my suggestion is that we say, authorizes reaching out to consultants, including Ricer and Hughes. And I feel like then we're not, or even like in reaching out to consultants. And I think Suzanne has that understanding that it is Ricer and Hughes, and they can go from there. And I feel like that is better in terms of us not sole sourcing. I feel like that's better because it gives us other options should it come to that. And it kind of lowers the risk all around because I similarly don't feel comfortable voting for if we're limiting ourselves in this, like immediately off of that.
Right. Rory, quick,
Just
concise.
some final quick thoughts. I think I want to be clear about what the ask is in this motion is to reach out and have a meeting with them as like they were any other stakeholder. So the stakeholder meetings that we've had previously with other organizations do not rise to the full level of consultants, right? So that's not the ask, right? Like if we're saying like we're reaching out to get a consultant, like that's a separate process where I'm saying like here, like we're reaching out to them because they're stakeholder, because they've been involved in the past, because they have history with WUSA, because they've knowledge of WUSA, how it's worked in the past. So we're reaching out with them on that level. And like the only thing around cost is like recognizing the fact like why the hell would they talk to us if we're not going to give them some sort of payment, right? Like I'm thinking like in my mind, it shouldn't be a full consulting report. Like it shouldn't be like we're getting into all the details again, like they're bringing up new work doc. Like I think it should just be like stakeholder, like keep it inside that field, if that makes sense to people.
Yeah, that does make sense. That was not my interpretation when I first read this motion. So,
apologies.
It's okay. That does. Andrew, does that change things? Or not? It's.
I personally don't feel like we should be giving like any organization any money until they come back with like a report or like some sort of written proposal on what they want to do. And I feel like we should consider other options if they exist. Like I trust Suzanne, like Suzanne's judgment.
Okay. If there's no real suggestion for a change here, then are you going forward? Or did what Rory say change it for you?
Rory clarified it. To clarify, we don't even need to approve its cost, right?
That is correct.
Okay. At this point, I feel like we've reached the end of useful conversation here, Andrew. If I don't want you to repeat the same thing you said before, I will consider the fact you've maintained your opposition to it. Can we go to a vote? Andrew,
I want to put a motion. I want to amend.
Motion to amend. Seconded?
Should I say what I want to amend?
Go ahead.
I just want to delete in the first be it resolved part, just delete the with approval for a potential small associated cost.
Can you make that friendly?
Sure.
No, but what's the point of that?
Yes. That's why it's friendly.
I did not say this.
Are you seriously going to object to this?
Is it implied though that we might need
Because we don't need to.
Oh, sure. Okay, if that's the case, sure.
She's funny looking.
We're going to a vote then, if no one else has anything to say. Okay. All those in favor of the motion?
Why do we have pointless?
But, yeah. All those abstaining? All those against? Actually, that was close.
Oh, I think that fails.
That fails. That's correct. Skylar, that fails. Yep.
Okay, these votes are not clear to me based on the conversations that we had.
Let's get a count. Let's get a number count. That's the question.
I don't understand. I understand that the vote didn't go the way you expected. The vote did happen though.
I'm just saying, I would hope that directors would give their thoughts.
Yeah. And Chris, will you vote?
No.
I don't think, is that a thing? I don't think that's a thing.
Robert's rules, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what we give them.
Okay,
Just for clarification.
okay, for sure. We'll have a revote.
That's right.
Any
So
comment?
I've never heard of a revote.
Take a 2/3 majority. It's it's reconsideration.
Okay, all of those in favor of a revote?
If it's a 2/3,
Time bound, isn't it? Like,
if it's a 2/3 item, there's no, probably still.
May I say something?
Why?
In Robert's rules, if someone on the opposing end who voted it down votes to reconsider with 2/3, you can, yes.
Oh, so the loser is,
The idea is if some new information came to light and you were to revote, you can reconsider. But if you need someone who voted it down right now to motion that.
which Mohammed? Mohammed voted.
I did.
You lost the vote.
Yeah, I lost the vote, so I
Yeah.
can't do that.
So no, then you need 2/3, is essentially is what's being said here.
No, then I can't do it at all. I can't do it.
It's gonna reconsider, but it's not done by someone who voted against it.
Model UN.
Oh, it has to be a no vote, not just a losing vote. Okay, I see. Aria?
I just, for folks, just please speak your mind before you vote too, because I agree with Rita there. It is confusing. Like my vote changes depending on what you guys say 24/7.
I will,
Please do speak.
I will say most of the people who voted against did speak their mind. There were, I believe there were 5 of us who voted against, unless I'm missing someone.
I'm sorry.
Which names of people voted against?
Sure. It was probably Andrew, Skylar, Katie, Maricini, me.
And look, he only noticed Skylar and Andrew, sorry. I
think it's all
process.
It's a full, very weird process, and we're setting limitations here. Okay, cool. With that being said, motion fails. We're moving on. To 5.3, member proposals at the annual member meeting. But actually, before we go into this, I do want to mention that we're late. We've gone very long. There are 2 options. Either we continue to power through, or we take another 10 minutes of a recess. I'm opening it up to the floor. We power through, or we go into recess.
Actually, power through until we take a break after this motion, before reports.
People are happy with that? Cool. Okay. What's that?
You like to go there again?
Yeah.
Can't function after that. I know you guys can. I can.
Yes. Okay. Member proposals at the annual member meeting. That is motion by,
One of us has to motion it, Esther brought it. Here, I'll motion it.
I'll second.
okay, is this something that needs to happen today?
Yes.
It should be a simple vote. It should be simple.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Very quickly.
So TLDR, defining what days member can submit motions, though if board wants, they can still technically submit up to 30 days beforehand. The board doesn't have to consider it. It's up to board. Second one just says, hey, if it's fiduciary stuff, board can someone change it. I also told Esther, technically if a member wants, they can also say, no, I don't want any changes at all. Don't do it then. It's very simple. It's clarity, done.
Okay. Ahmed, I assume you don't need a. Perfect.
Simple motion.
Any issues? Can we go to a vote? Okay. I've established that we can go to a vote. All those in favor? And let's get that unanimous. Okay, fine. All those abstaining? All those against? And some don't vote. Okay, perfect. And it passes. And we're on to general reports. And so this is the fun part. Then we'll do it this way. We'll go straight into it. If that's okay. Suzanne really wants to go. And I think that's fair.
We all do.
Yes. Suzanne, do you want to start with your report? Public report?
Mike, I'm probably just gonna ask people for questions more than, sorry, I'm just gonna.
I will say I did warn people it would go long this meeting.
I was lucky.
Yeah. Okay, any questions for the ED public report?
Public report.
Yeah. No. Okay.
Nothing major you can't want to flag or?
I'm trying,
Oh,
so I did nothing that I.
Okay.
I just read the confidential report. Thanks.
Thanks for the announcement, right?
It's known.
Okay,
Sorry, guys.
I think, okay, perfect. So if there's no questions for the ED report, I guess we move on to the president's report. Cool. So just really three things that should be noted. Meeting with the undergraduate operations committee this Thursday to discuss degree and course planning. Specifically, we don't have a degree tracker for our students. They've been needing to rely on like external things like UW Flow that don't even do degree tracking, but at least they do course planning. So I'm meeting with them to discuss that, as well as pushing to release some of the student course perception survey results to the faculties themselves, so that when students express opinions on the effectiveness of courses and stuff and like that, it's taken into consideration. Right now, it's only sent to professors. So that's one of the things. I was at CASA lobbying week. Nothing too huge to note. All the other stuff is public on what we were lobbying for, but I met with a few MPs and senator staff, mostly meeting with conservatives. I met with Kelly DeRitter, had a very friendly conversation with her. She is the MP for Kitchener Center. Apologize for Kitchener Center. Had a great conversation. And then finally on Senate, two task force things passed. One was the institutional partnerships, statement on institutional partnerships, which set up some like what the university believes are good ways to handle university partnerships when institutional partnerships when like issues arise that go against some of the university's principles. Most students voted in favor of this one. I think it was an okay motion. The other one was on statements from collective bodies, a lot more contentious. Most students voted against. I think it was important to vote against, and it had issues. It was a very interesting meeting, we'll say, in the yeah. That's what we'll say. If any people have questions, then we can get into more details. Any questions for the public? Aria.
The prime minister give a meeting this year? You're not.
His staff, I knew his staff was going to. I think there was some talking about he might. I don't know if he did. I don't know the answer to that.
It's okay.
Yeah. Any other questions? Cool. There is the VP report.
If there is one.
Oh, Rem may not have gotten the chance to put it in time. I know they were working on one. But that's okay. So no VP report. So then we are done with the reports. And well, the public reports. Can we get a motion to move into confidential? Yes.
Can I make a motion to amend the agenda?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
So don't know about confidential stuff until we get into confidential if you're amending the.
Yeah, don't mention anything.
It's an open discussion item.
Huh.
I'd like to make a motion to do the consultation thing, but for like full broad reach of people, if that makes sense.
2/3 new business.
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's to expand it for a full proposal to identify.
You can bring that up in new business once we get there, if that's okay. Thank you. Can I get a motion to move into confidential? Moving by Sim. We'll put it at the end. Is I think what I meant to say. Apologies. Moved by Samir, seconded by Damien. Okay, any against? No. Mike, can you move us into confidential? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize Katie didn't.
It's a hard job. It's a hard job.
Thank you. Rory, would you like to propose your thing for the real new business? Yes, go ahead.
To make a motion to new business around language around identifying an external governance expert. Support with the governance review. I put the wording in chat. I've hopefully sent it to most people ahead of time, sort of gathered some feedbacks into different pieces. Yeah, this will be the 2/3 to conclusion.
Okay.
We can't debate.
I was going, thank you. You were correct. So, the motion is in the chat. I'll give it like a second.
Motion on considering, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If you want to amend it, vote in favor first.
Yeah, that's true. The motion is in chat. I'll give people a second to read it, and then the motion is to consider this and have a discussion on this. Do you want to quickly say why it's different than the last one? Just very quick.
Sure, it's opening it up to all parties, not just specifically to WUSA and Hughes, and delegating that to the executive director to oversee.
Okay, we're going to a vote now on considering it. Okay, all those in favor of considering it? I'm gonna do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It passes. Cool. We're considering it.
My objection on the record, please, honestly.
I don't care.
Objection because you want to sleep. We're in public session, by the way.
Rory, we're gonna need we're okay to go straight to a seconder. Mohammed? Motion. You
Sounds good. I don't have any much more pieces than what I've added. Yeah.
okay. I'm going to go straight to the source, Skylar Andrew. Skylar, go ahead.
I just wanted to comment on this because I initially was against the initial motion. I brought up this point about having it be more of a proposal that's broad and isn't selective, as well as the rewording around the monetary aspect. I think has fixed this and addressed my concerns and hopefully Andrew's as well. So just think board should consider it now.
Andrew, I'm going to go straight to you. Andrew, how do you feel about this last one?
No, I feel good with this. I feel like we need an open process, and even if we do end up choosing Risser and Hughes, like the fact that we, conducted a report and we get more information about why this firm is the best, I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. And I do want to note it that because of the interpretation of this that we're going forward is that this is not like consultant report. This is an opinion that we're looking for. Is that the correct interpretation of this motion? Perfect. I just want that stated so that it's actually helpful for staff. Okay. I think we can go straight to a vote then. All those in favor of this motion? That's, I believe, unanimous. Okay. Cool. Perfect. It passes. Now, guys, I have some amazing news. I believe that's the end of our meeting. Thank you so much
In an hour 15.
for powering through. I will say, I did say it was going to be a very long meeting and I held back motions. So I've tried my best, folks.
I apologize for my December motion.
Yes. Apologies. Yes. The one decision that was made in confidential was. No. Yeah, you wait. Yes, and that will be coming out
48 hours.
within 48 hours of finalization. So it'll be a different practice than in the past. I think it makes sense. Cool. With that being said, the meeting is adjourned at only 10:16 p.m. Thank you so much.
I knew just that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good night, everyone.
Night,
Thank you.
folks. Get home safe.
We'll try this. Wow.
Feel better.
Good night.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.